Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony. Joining me today, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, and Blake Morrow, co-founder of Forex Analytics. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
Maggie.
Thursday, which always feels like in the summer Friday. Actually, I feel like Wednesdays feel like Fridays, but maybe it's just me. But Thursdays definitely do. And we've got stock futures lower as investors grapple with another jump in oil prices and disappointment following Alphabet and Tesla's earnings. Apple's not out yet. But I've got to think that once again, oil seems to be really grabbing the headlines. What are you watching?
Yep, there is definitely a new front in all of this now. So the Iran-backed Houthis claimed their first attack on commercial ships in recent months. Remember, they said that they were going to attack Saudi-destined ships in the Red Sea, and that now has occurred and opening up a new front in this U.S.-Iran war situation that has already disrupted global energy supplies, rattled bond markets. The militant group said that it had targeted two Saudi Arabian oil takers, UKMTO, which is the Maritime Institute reports that one of them is on fire. And now we have Kazakhstan. They closed the Black Sea terminal on Monday, and now as a part of that, because of the drone attacks, now its oil production has more than halved because their storage is full and they can't export it. So we've got more production offline. And then we have another snafu. We had Lloyd's Market Association, that's a group that represents the maritime insurance underwriters, said in a newly drafted clause for shipping policies that any toll to Iran directly or via any of its agents is illegal, and if a ship pays the toll, it can void the ship's entire insurance policy. So that puts things at more of a standstill as well. Obviously, crude's up 5% overnight on that. You mentioned Alphabet earnings. Now, Alphabet raised its capital spending forecast to a range of $195 billion to $205 billion, up from a previous forecast of $190 billion. The company's quarterly cash flow was negative for the first time since going public, with a negative free cash flow of $5.9 billion in the period. Its cloud revenue was up 82% from a year earlier, but that did not solve any worries. That is down in pre-market. Tesla also profits tumbled despite a strong quarter for its automotive business, pressuring Elon Musk's plan to refocus the electric vehicle maker on artificial intelligence and robots. Spending on those initiatives surged to $5.8 billion in the second quarter, resulting in Tesla's first cash burn in 2 years. We also overnight, we had ST Micro report, that's a European chip company. Its third quarter sales missed analysts' expectations. It's now down 17% in European trading. That's the first decline since July 2025. So tech sector not looking so great this year. In more cheery news, we have corn prices have risen to a 3-year high as heat waves and escalating attacks in the Black Sea threaten to disrupt global grain trade. The Bloomberg Agriculture Spot Index, which tracks 10 major crop products, has reached its highest since July 2023, following a 7-week advance. So now crops are kind of rising anew as fresh war, weather risks, signs of inflation, that is on the rise again. Also, we've got USD ripping today, as well as yen is plunging as well as that. But what's more important is that not only is, the yen against the dollar is falling, but the trade-weighted gauge shows that it's a broad-based drop, which is even more worrying. So the Bank of Japan's nominal effective exchange rate index, which measures the yen against a trade-weighted basket of currencies, has extended its fresh slide to record lows this year, reflecting the currency's broad base of weakness against the euro, sterling, and several of its Asian peers. That is kind of concerning. A weaker trade-weighted yen pushes up the cost of imports from a broader range of trading partners, complicating BOJ's efforts to normalize monetary policy without undermining economic recovery. A couple of notes. We've got ECB today expected to hold rates, but Lagarde to lean hawkish. We've got Intel earnings after the bell. And as far as data is concerned today, we have at 8:30 a.m., we've got initial jobless claims, continuing claims, Chicago Fed National Activity Index, and at 11, Kansas City Fed Manufacturing Activity.
All right. A lot going on. But I mean, it feels like this is going to be all about oil. I don't know, Craig, how are you thinking about the setup for today? It seems like it's a different oil market than just a few weeks ago, maybe even last week, when traders kept looking past every headline. It feels different now.
Yeah, it seems like an angrier oil market for sure. But look, as far as the cross-asset correlations, they're back, right? I mean, the elevated geopolitical concerns are here. Oil up, dollar up, yields up, volatility up, equities down, gold down, Bitcoin down, right? We're back into that mindset again, and we are through the most supportive positioning periods of the month with, now that we're through expiry, we're through the VIX expiry, and so dealer supported positioning is at a cyclical low for the month. As I've mentioned before, news hits different the week after expiry than the week of expiry.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way it is. And so because that supported positioning is not as robust as we normally have. And so now we're starting to see equities and risk assets respond a little bit more violently, I guess you could say, although you really have to squint in order to see the real sell-offs. But yields are making highs. Oil is moving back towards 100 for Brent. Dollar yen, as Shai mentioned, and so these are the things that make it much more difficult to see risk assets continue to move higher. You had the Google news last night, which was very strong numbers, and the stock trading down for a variety of different reasons, and most specifically, which is free cash flow, moving to to negative, right? And so the CapEx plans are strong. The semi names are up pre-market. The memory names are up pre-market. But outside of that, it looks like we're going to really struggle to see equity indices moving higher. I think we're about to see a more correlated equity market now. It would be interesting to see after the bell. Intel, it's kind of been the poster child for the administration's AI venture. If that name doesn't really perform well, I don't know, as I mentioned pre-show, it's kind of putting like a cherry on top of an S sandwich here if it doesn't work out. So we'll see what happens.
That's a visual for the morning. Blake, talk to us a little bit about currencies. What are we looking at levels here?
Well, we have the yen at 40-year lows, and that's I know we've been talking about that over the last since yesterday, but and this dollar move is actually quite substantial, but it is ahead of, as Tracy mentioned, it's just ahead of the ECB decision that is coming up in the next 7 minutes. So, as she also mentioned, Tracy was just talking about, Christine Lagarde, she could end up being a little bit more hawkish, than expected. But the dollar is actually moving in response to yields. We're seeing a big move in yields. 10-year yields are nearing levels we hadn't seen in. It might be actually trend highs, and we got a breakdown in the ZBs. So this whole move in yields, it really has the attention and stirring the imagination of the dollar. So I think that's all a really big deal with currencies, because you have yield sensitive currencies. You can see the dollar index here is trying to break out through we call it a bull flag pattern. But it's actually feeding into a weaker yen, a weaker Swiss franc, all the weaker all the currencies, central banks that have lower interest rates. It's really starting to weigh on them, and you're seeing outperformance of the dollar almost across the board at this point in time.
Yeah. Hey, everybody in the chat. A lot of commentary going. I think that this is going to be important to watch. Blake, when we're with yen, where is the intervention? What do people have to help look out for? Because I know you've talked about this before. If it comes, we talked yesterday, they can inflict some pain. I don't know that anyone in the chat is playing currencies, but what are you watching for?
Well, they may not be playing currencies, but you should consider it, especially if you're trading futures. NinjaTrader is great, for trading futures, and especially in situations like this. And you got to be paying attention to the yen, because at any moment the Bank of Japan Ministry of Finance can step in and move the markets quite substantially. But I think it ends up being more of a, it is obviously always a timing issue. And right now, if you're the Ministry of Finance, you're sitting back looking at the whole geopolitical picture and what's happening in Iran, in the US. And even though the Prime Minister of Japan and the President of the United States do talk and they seem friendly, how much do they actually know about what is America's intentions? So therefore, they know that if Iran, this situation is going to continue to percolate in the Middle East, they have a hard time stepping in front of the market, because you have speculators that are just like, I'm just selling yen right now, and I'm going to continue to sell yen because this whole situation in Iran is going to prohibit Japan from getting all the necessary commodities that they need, and they're going to have to pay up for it, and we're just going to sell yen as a result. So you're getting all these speculators stepping in, and the Ministry of Finance doesn't want to necessarily step in front of that bus at this moment in time. I would think, and if they do, it's going to be a really big warning shot. But they across the bow to all the speculators. But here's the thing: they've spent so much money. I'm sure Tracy could come up with a figure pretty quickly on how much money the Bank of Japan and Ministry of Finance have spent just in 2026 intervening in the market, and it is substantial. So that's something that they can do, but do they really want to do while things are getting worse in the Middle East? I would suspect that they might stand aside a little bit, and we might see this yen weaken even further. And look at it; it's gross. I mean, these are levels we haven't seen, like I said, since following the Plaza Accord, back in the 80s. These are levels that we haven't seen before.
Got to get in the Wayback Machine to.
We got to get in the Wayback. Correct. Yeah.
They spend 73 billion April to May.
Chump change. I knew Tracy could pull that out just like that.
Who else has that at our fingertips? This one, Tracy, is for you in the chat. By the way, Macro Sven saying currencies and yields are by far the most interesting. It does seem like that's where we're going to really have to keep our focus today. 2020 talking about copper dumping in Asia. Did they already make enough of it after we heard all about the shortages? But I'm sure you've been keeping an eye on that, Shai. What's the story there?
Absolutely. I actually wrote about it in my note this morning, so be sure to sign up for that, you guys. The fundamental story is still there, particularly with more AI data spend from Google and Tesla. But because of the weakness in kind of the tech sector as a whole right now, it is weighing on copper in the overnight. That can certainly change, but again, the spend part is good for copper. It's just that we've got oil higher, yields higher. That's sort of fueling inflation fears, global growth, et cetera. So against that backdrop, it's going to be hard for any asset class against this particular backdrop where you have yields skyrocketing, dollar skyrocketing, oil skyrocketing. So that is going to put pressure across the board on the commodity sector, except for the grain market, obviously, which is the grain market's up today.
Yeah, grain, wheat. That wheat chart is kind of crazy, and it seems like all of the ags have also been where all the action is. We'll talk about that in a second. I don't know if anybody's watching that chart, but before we get there, I think Craig, I just want to get your thoughts about. We've got a Fed meeting next week. We've got a lot of macro, events happening, at least action in markets, I should say, that are all being correlated. Oil on the move again. We've got all the action in currencies, a lot for Kevin Warsh and his team to chew over. What are we looking at for the Fed next week? Is the market changing their view on what's going to happen? Is this more in play than it was before?
Well, I think after last week's weaker than expected CPI, PPI prints, folks got pretty complacent that we wouldn't see a rate hike in July. But now that oil is resurged again, we've seen the odds kind of move back up. This is what you get when you don't give forward guidance, right? You create an environment where you have, the odds of activity, are rise, right? And so we're moving into each meeting. It could be live. We don't really know the current Fed's reaction function, and so it's not surprising that folks are starting to hedge for a rate hike because we really just don't really know. Now, the options markets are saying 35% chance. I think that sounds about right if we don't really know. I mean, oil has kind of bounced 30% off the lows from a few weeks ago. So all the positive momentum, the disinflationary momentum in the month of June is going to reverse in the month of July. We talked about refined products, basically being robust this entire time. So it's not clear that the disinflationary impulse is really there. We know the tech inflation is there too. So I think there is a chance that the Fed could raise, next week if Warsh really wants to get out ahead of this and say, look, I was serious about inflation. This is why we're raising rates here. And if he doesn't do that, that's what the long end of the bond market is starting to be concerned about too. If they're not going to raise rates now, well, when are they exactly going to raise rates? When are they actually going to get in front of this inflation, swoon that we're having? And so I think that's partly why the long end continues to be soft. Obviously, the long end is being pressured by what's happening in Europe, what's happening in Japan, as Blake mentioned, with the imported energy inflation. So bond markets are concerned here. It will be a tough meeting for Warsh. I suspect we're going to have dissent in either way. If we hold, there'll be a hawkish dissent, and if we hike, there'll be some dovish dissent. So it's not going to be a uniform across the board, consensus meeting, which it seems like he's comfortable with that. I think ultimately he'd be happy if equity markets and risk markets take some heat off the boil, right? If asset prices can fall a little bit and drive down some of the inflationary momentum in the economy, I think that would be an outcome he'd be desirous of. I think the question is, can he control the risk asset performance to the degree that he believes is possible? I mean, we'll start to find out soon enough.
Yeah, we certainly will. Blake, getting a question about the Swiss franc coming in. Yeah. Matt, I don't know if you want to pull that up. Matt was then saying, I think the Swissy weakening as it shows there's no real flight to safety. People are just buying more dollars, I guess.
Yeah. That's a great. This is. I'm going to pull up the Swiss futures for everybody that trades. Well, actually, I won't pull up the future. I'm going to pull up the. I'm going to pull up the dollar Swiss because that's probably the cleanest chart to actually watch right now, and you can see that the dollar is moving higher against the Swiss. The Swiss franc is. I'm glad that question has been asked because Switzerland is really the central bank. You think about like Japan for the last couple of decades. Switzerland is the central bank that's keeping their rates at zero, and they're going to keep their rates at zero bound as far as we can see and as far as the eye can see. So when you have yields that are rallying, and I gotta go back and just reference the 30-year bonds and look at yields so I can just. As Craig was just talking about them, I wanted to show you guys what they actually look like. You can see what the 30-year yields actually look like, and how that move in yields, not only in the U.S. but globally, is now starting to affect all currencies, because now you're starting to see currencies like the dollar move up against the Swiss. You're seeing the euro move up against the Swiss. You can see this is a really big breakout that happened yesterday. And so these moves are really starting to pick up steam where you're like, well, everybody else is going to be raising rates. Switzerland isn't. So let's go ahead and sell more Swiss francs and buy everything else. And we also have to take a step back and realize that this has been a trend that's been intact for I started trading currencies in 2001, and I switched from trading individual stocks to currencies because individual investors here in the US could start trading spot market back in 2001. And since I've been trading currencies, basically the Swiss franc has been nonstop strengthening up until now. So that's kind of a crazy statistic if you think about it.
That is a
We've
crazy.
got some headlines coming through. Sorry, really quickly.
Yes.
Trump is speaking. He says U.S. is going to hold Iran responsible for future Houthi strikes. Trump on Iran. If they do this again, there will be punishment. Iran and the Houthis will face major military punishment. We are seeing index futures move down a little bit on this.
And the dollar's getting that natural bid, Maggie, and everybody also is aware that this would happen. You get headlines like that, people automatically say, you know what, sell me everything and just buy me dollars. And they're doing that right now. You can see the dollar index is spiking up as a result of what Tracy's talking about.
Yeah, this is, Craig, you had talked about in the past that, we would do this on the weekends and then during the week it would change. Like we're getting this now right into the market open, this kind of, aggressive rhetoric. You can take it for what it's worth. Maybe it's just that and posturing, but it's interesting that it's happened. Of course, it's going to unnerve the markets.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always a hope that Trump will find ways to taco. But as I pointed out on X this morning, unfortunately, right now, all tacos are coming with a case of cyclospora, right? I mean, basically, it's becoming very difficult for him to find a way to navigate out of this situation. And I think Iran understands that too. And as we talked about months ago, part of the Achilles heel for Trump and the administration is financial markets. It's not just the equity market, it's not just the oil market, but it's the bond market. This is the way for Iran to extract concessions out of the U.S. is by pressuring financial assets. We know that financial markets are the Achilles heel for the administration. And so the more that they push, the more likely they are to get what they want, whatever that is, which is the U.S. retrenching from the region. And so, Trump's getting pushed. He's getting a little bit more aggressive. We've had 12 nights in a row of strikes. I suspect that's going to continue. And at some point, markets are going to have to say, we've come a real long way here in risk assets, yet oil is getting closer to the highs. December crude is, back above 80 and making a run at the highs we saw, at the onset of the crisis. Yields are obviously making highs. The dollar is making highs, and equity indices are significantly higher than where they were before. So, credit spreads are starting to widen. I mentioned yesterday the AI CapEx names are at the wides for the year. And likely to continue to widening out. So we're changing the risk regime here. It seems like the president is getting a little bit more annoyed, and I'm not going to, and war is more top of mind. And so I think equity markets are going to have to notice that. And as I mentioned at the onset, the supportive positioning is just not there to the same degree as it was last week and the week prior. And if we start to push through to the downside below 7,400 cash, then you start to get to asymmetric outcomes where negative gamma starts to pick up and dealers start to trade in the direction of the tape. And so, we're throwing a lot at this market right now. The ECB just came out, held rates, but is cognizant that the energy inflation is really just starting to move through. And so is there a bias there? They're an inflation-only central bank. So, might the next move there need to be a hike again? Who knows? But as that dynamic starts to play out, it's going to be harder for risk assets not to notice.
Yeah. Just folks in the chat responding, a lot of frustration. Inferno just said the stupid tweet wiped out the gains. This is, I know Tracy warns, like we are in a headline driven environment, right? And it seems like it has only increased in these last few days. And to Craig, your point, if the dynamics are changing, one has to worry if tolerating more pain in the markets is a way to sort of reduce some of the leverage Iran thinks it's holding. That's a concern. There's been a lot of concern in Washington. They've been asking for more funding for defense, and there's a lot of concern that they haven't produced a strategy. There's some partisan rhetoric in that, but it's coming from both sides. So there's a lot of geopolitical risk. Trace, I don't know if you mentioned this. I just wanted to flag this really if anyone saw this story. I think it was on Bloomberg. I can't remember, but it kind of struck me that as we continue to focus on Iran, we've had folks coming on here, as well as people I've been talking to who say, don't forget about Russia, Ukraine and Russia. And Ukraine's now targeting Russia's version of Amazon, Wildberries. I don't know if any of you read that story. Go search it up. It's very interesting. They're widening, trying to hit their logistics and supplies. So huge amount of geopolitical risk for the markets to get through the next couple of days. that everyone's going to have to keep an eye on. We're going to get some jobless claims in a few moments, but maybe while we're still here, want to touch on SpaceX really quickly. We heard from Tesla. We haven't talked about it that much, but Elon's sort of having a war of words with short sellers, and it looks like they're piling into SpaceX. Have any of you been watching that? Don't
I've been watching
jump at once.
Yeah. I've been watching SpaceX.
Not specifically, but yeah, I mean, look, I think the bigger, the issue not only is SpaceX below IPO price, but credit, the credit spreads on SpaceX bonds are widening too. So it kind of fits into this narrative that fixed income investors are looking for more yield. And we know, Google, announced again last night that 2027 capex is going to be significantly higher than 2026 capex, which is north of $200 billion. And so we know the numbers on the capex are rising. That's going to be increasingly financed with debt from debt markets and from equity markets, and throw a lot of supply in order to build out the AI capex infrastructure. Investors want to be compensated more appropriately for that. And so term premiums are rising. It's getting more difficult to finance all this, and that also means it's going to be more difficult for the U.S. government to finance itself. And if the Fed is not going to be in an environment where we're cutting interest rates because inflation is sticky, then that's an issue for the U.S. government's funding as well. That kind of crowds out everything else across the economy, and that's where you start to get some of these more cascading fears about what the economy looks like in the back half of this year in a higher cost of capital, higher energy, stronger dollar environment.
Yeah. I don't think we've mentioned this before, but it looks like gold's little rally looks like maybe it's coming up against a little bit of a trouble here. It's run out of steam. Blake, what do you see on the chart for gold?
Well, gold has actually shown a bit of a reversal from the wedge resistance, and this is a yield story right now. So this move that we're seeing down in gold is just a reflection of this massive move that we're seeing in yields at the moment. But for those people that are long gold or trying to play it to the long side, I do think there's a lot of support down here. So if you look for like a bigger base being developed, I think that's what is actually happening. And myself, I was looking at this pullback in gold today, and I'm like, if we see anywhere below 4050, the 4050, 4030, I think that's not a bad level to be looking for longs, because I'm also a big advocate of summertimes being more range environments. Big breakouts and big breakdowns in asset classes are hard to do in the summertime. You got to usually have liquidity behind a move to really get it to go. So when I see this big move in yields, which we've been referencing all morning, I'm like, are we really gonna see a big breakdown in fixed income? Right in the middle of July when no one's watching, well, no one's paying attention, no one's really trading. There's not a bunch of traders on the other end pressing the button trying to exit trades. I'm not so convinced about that. So when I look at this move in gold, and I think it's a pretty nice breakout of some wedges. I think you can look to buy dips. Like you can see the 618 retracement, which is my favorite Fibonacci ratio, comes in at 40.50, 40.47 on the futures. I think that's a level that you can look as being attractive. And by the way, I know we're going to be going here in a few minutes, but I have to point out Google and Tesla are at some really critical levels of support pre-market, which I love talking about actionable ideas as traders get geared up for the open. Do you guys mind if I show you those real quick?
No, let's go. And Shyle, just jump in. Let's go for it.
Tesla, this is really key. We actually are at, and this is pre-market, we're trading at channel support, which we had a false breakout, several weeks back, but you can see we're at, pre-market, we're at some pretty key support. And take a look at Google here. Google's at also, I was mentioning the 618. That's why it jogged my memory that we needed to talk about it. Google, had a false breakout as well, but we're also near, longer term channel support and the 618 pre-market. So those are levels of interest that I think that traders pre-market should be looking at. Anyway, I wanted to make sure we threw that out there. Yeah.
I love it. And well done, Kat, for scalping profits on gold. You can see if any of those setups work for you for later. All right, we're getting real close to weekly jobless claims. Tracy, when you see them cross, just shout as always. But we'll see.
Just shout.
Just shout. Jump. You don't have to jump. Just shout.
I'm not.
But it seems
I'm not expecting much from this.
I was going to say, it seems like given everything else is going on, this is like a very small footnote, but one never knows.
Well, it came in below expected at 187,000, and continuing claims also lower at 1.796 thousand. So better data than expected.
The gig economy at work.
187,000 is like an unexplainable. It's like an unexplainable number.
It's weird because it's been, like 210 to 235 for weeks.
That would be the lowest number that we've had all year, and probably in multiple years, I think. So it's kind of a bizarre. I don't know if there's some sort of reporting issue there, but I mean, it's not not really top of mind today for markets. But if that is in some way reflective of a labor market that remains robust, then it really begs the question of what the Fed doing by not addressing inflation. And so we'll see.
It reminds us that there's a reason they're creating task forces to try to, revamp the data. I think it's the one place that everybody kind of is together on and thinking that we could do better than this. But Blake's right. The gig economy, Vincent Delord, and we'll get to our guest, but Vincent Delord, who does some great work on this, feels like there's like an entire country's worth of economic activity in the gig economy that's not captured anywhere. Yep. He has some really interesting reports that he does on that. All right, great stuff. Thank you so much, Blake and Craig. We'll see ya online.
Take care.
We will. Have a great day.
Thanks. Let's look at our lineup, Russell lineup for the day. Up next, Keith Weiner will be joining us. Pax is here for Tape Talk. As always, jump in the chat if you have any specific questions for him. Trade the Open is with Stowe and Jack. Midday Markets will be with Nick for a tick and Salma. And Trade the Close is with XY Chris and Salma. Let's welcome in our guest, Keith. Thanks so much for being with us. He's founder and CEO of Monetary Metals. Good to see you.
Hey, thanks for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, we've got to start by asking you about gold. You just heard us talking about it. There's short term and long term. Happy to hear both of your views, but let's start maybe with the short term. What do you feel like the dynamic is now versus your long term view?
So long term, I think we're still in the same bull market that effectively has been since COVID, and then really picked up in the last couple of years. Obviously, we got ahead of ourselves in January. We started to have a correction, and then the war in Iran. I can talk about why the war in Iran, impacted the gold prices. Short term, Iran is hanging in the balance, interest rates hanging in the balance. But I think all of the drivers are still there, which is people around the world questioning their own central banks. And there's an awful lot of buying in jurisdictions like Turkey, India, China. There's nothing to do with the Fed or the dollar or dollar interest rates, and everything to do with the lira, the rupee, the yuan, and distrust in their own governments and their own, central banks. But the one point I want to make is that everybody likes to say, well, gold reacts to inflation or interest rates, real interest rates or whatever. And for short periods of time, yes. But over really long periods of time, what you see is gold doesn't really have a good correlation to anything. You can have rising interest rates and rising gold price. You can have rising interest and rates and falling gold price. You can have rising inflation and rising gold price. You can have rising, it doesn't really correlate, which is one of the things that makes this so great in the portfolio. It's a non-correlated asset. You're not just finding different ways to express the same bet on the NASDAQ, thesis if you had gold. And so we saw that in the last couple of days, not today, but, since end of February, the pattern with gold has been clear. Every time the war news looks like the war is going to escalate, gold price gets hit down. And then every time it looks like maybe there's going to be peace and there's a ceasefire and whatever, then the gold price rallies. But then in the last several days, we had the gold price rallying even though war talk was increasing. Today that reversed, so we'll see if that trend is ending. But at the moment, so Monetary Metals, we calculate something we call the fundamental price of gold and silver, which is our attempt to say, okay, there's a lot of leverage in the futures market, and with leverage, that means somebody can have an outsized impact on the price one way or the other. They get 20 to 1 leverage if they want it. What if we back that, hypothetically, what if we back out all the leverage and say, where would metal be clearing if it was just a cash market with no credit and no margin? And so we built a model to attempt to do that. I think as George Box said, all models are wrong, some models are useful. And so ours is a model. But in gold and it was in silver, but particularly in gold, the fundamental price is way, way, way above market right now. So if you look at the gold basis or the gold forward rate, if you will, you see that it's right around SOFR. And so that means there's really not a lot of carry, to borrow dollars, buy gold, sell it forward. There really isn't anything in that trade for you right now. And so that says, okay, the conditions are a little bit tight, but they've certainly backed off from where they were in December, January. So short term, I think I agree with one of your previous guests who said I wouldn't necessarily expect a big move in either direction. Let's say the remainder of July and into August. September, you get traders coming back to their desks in the West, but maybe more importantly, you get seasonal buying in India and all kinds of other activities heating up. So I think we're still in this great bull market. We've taken a hiatus, due to the war and other factors, and we'll see, how long that lasts before the fundamentals reassert themselves.
Yeah, and you brought up Iran. I mean, a lot of people were asking, we have all this geopolitical turmoil going on. You have, Russia, Ukraine still going on. You have Iran, and now you have a problem in the Red Sea with the Houthis. Why do you think gold has not been kind of gotten that safe haven bid?
When people say safe haven, I think there's two different meanings there. And one is the thing whose price doesn't necessarily drop. And that isn't always the case. I mean, there's times when that's definitely the case and times when it's not. But to me, safe haven means something that doesn't have credit risk. And right now, for a variety of reasons, the world isn't that worried about credit risk. It will be. I think the forces are heating up. It's interesting. You were talking about was it SpaceX or Tesla bonds, under pressure? I think it was SpaceX. There's kind of the dog that did not bark in the night, to borrow from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Sherlock Holmes. Before interest rates began to hike, the Bank for International Settlements used to publish a chart showing what percentage of all corporate debt out there was so-called zombie debt. And zombie, is a company that basically profits are less than interest expense. They can't even pay the coupon without having to go deeper and deeper into debt and borrow more and more. And so that's utterly dependent on two things. One is obviously low interest rates, and the other is a very forgiving, credit market, to say the least. So I have not seen an update of that chart in years, but since then, the interest rate was taken from zero, effectively on the Fed funds rate, to several percentage points higher than that. But what didn't happen was the spread between, presumably most of that zombie debt is junk rated. The spread between junk and treasuries didn't blow out, as you saw in 2008 and other, started to happen, I think, during COVID before they tamped it down. That didn't really happen. And so the market is still completely copacetic with, junk credit, even though interest rates are much higher. And that means the stress on the companies that were zombie even before rates were hiking, that stress is much greater. And there's a much greater percentage of companies that are zombie today that weren't zombie when interest rates were effectively zero. So when does that dog start to bark in the night is a very interesting question. And gold is a safe haven from that. Yeah, its price could go down, although usually less than everything else, and it's the first to recover. If you look at 2008, gold fell from $1,000 roughly in April of 2008 to, call it 700, 30%. And then by January 2009, gold was making new all-time highs, unlike equities, which were, many years before they recovered their price. And so, when people start to fear for, return of capital, then gold is that thing that it's a financial asset. It's not like real estate or antique cars or whiskey or whatever, or paintings. It's a financial asset, but unlike all other financial assets, it's not anyone else's liability.
I think, Keith, I think that's a really fantastic way to differentiate when we talk safe havens, because it has been, as Tracy pointed out, something that's been a kind of a conundrum for people. But I really like that lens of looking at it. We have a question from the chat about central bank accumulation. Are you looking at the rate of accumulation by central banks?
It's an interesting data point that's out there. But I want to talk about two things. One is I call it the famous buyer fallacy. So central bank buys X number of tons. Okay, fine. That means that hundreds of thousands of people sold. So are we saying that the central bank is right because they're famous and the hundreds of thousands of people who sold are wrong because we don't know who they are and they're anonymous and they're small and they're retail or whatever? Maybe. The curious thing about gold, it's not like oil or wheat or any other normal commodity, in that virtually all of the gold mined in 6,500 years of human history is still in somebody's hands. It is a vast ocean of gold, out there, and it's always sloshing around. And sometimes it sloshes from here, it leaves, retail and goes into an ETF. It sloshes out of retail, out of ETF, and it goes into, the East or whatever it is. It's always moving around, and that doesn't necessarily tell you anything about what the price action is, because to understand that, you have to understand, did the buyer lift somebody's offer, or did the seller press somebody's bid? And so I was at I'm in London at the moment, and I was at a talk yesterday. One of the panelists was saying that, to their knowledge, I guess they're at a trading desk at one of the banks, there are some central banks that have bids in below 4,100. I don't know if it's 40.50 or 40.75 or 40.90, but somewhere below 4,100, there's a pretty strong central bank bid. And which doesn't guarantee it couldn't fall through that, but so if those central banks are buying, it's because someone's hitting their bid. So that's not necessarily. So yes, it does suggest there's a floor. Okay, so that's good, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there's buying action that's going to be lifting offers all the way up, and it's a new rally to 5,600. It just means that somebody's providing a floor there, at least as long as they have appetite. And then people can hit their bid and they'll hold it. And so I think people need to think about is bid being hit or offer being hit, and those are very different dynamics.
Yeah. Chat saying thank you. Great observation. Thank you for that.
And we have a couple minutes left. I did want to hit on silver and get your thoughts on silver. I'm a big precious metals fan, but being that it's kind of a monetary metal, but also an industrial metal. So what are your thoughts on silver? And do you think we're still in a silver bull market?
It's absolutely a monetary metal. If you take a look at the silver trade like copper or oil versus gold, no, it trades much more like gold. So for good or for ill, it still behaves like a money. It has a vast stocks to flows. The amount of silver that people hold is much, much, much higher than in crude oil or any non-monetary commodity. I think silver got way ahead of itself. It was a little scary to see $120-something silver. And of course that suckers people in, and because they get excited and they buy, and then when they get burned, they very often tend to leave the market for a long period of time. That's not good, for long-term dynamics. I think both metals are, going to go together. Yes, I think the bull market is still there. Silver obviously has industrial and other components of demand, including military, so maybe there's some demand's going to pick up on that side. What really was happening to silver is when gold was getting, let's just say, above $5,000, there are a lot of traditional jewelry buyers in the East. Now, in the East, in the West, we make a distinction between jewelry versus investment. In Dubai, in India, I can tell you, you walk into a jewelry store, it's sold by weight. The pieces are marked with whatever percent premium they want to charge. They call it making charge over spot. And there's usually a helpful video screen somewhere in the store that tells you what spot is, live spot price right now. So you're buying it over, 5% over spot or 3% or whatever. That's how they buy investment, investment gold or, whatever. So, gold gets to $5,000 and wages didn't keep up. This is not a broad inflation across the whole economy. This was gold going up, not everything else. So they can't afford as much gold. And there's only so thin you can make the bangle or whatever it is before it, either loses structural integrity or it becomes unattractive. It's so light, it's like tinfoil. So a lot of gold demand was shunted into silver because for the same money, you can buy a big, solid, hunkin' heavy piece of silver that you're getting something made out of gold that's almost like foil. And so a lot of people are buying silver. Now, at $4,000 gold, that's much less, the case. So it takes the demand off silver. Silver is a much smaller market. It doesn't take that much demand shunted from gold over to silver to drive the prices of silver ballistic, which is what I think happened in, particularly the last, let's say, 3 months of that, January, December, November. I think that was particularly operative.
Yeah. Fantastic stuff. Keith, this has been such an interesting conversation, and definitely you brought up some points I think that some of the folks listening haven't really thought about it in that way before. So thankful for you bringing your expertise.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
We'll see you again soon, I hope. Trace, last thoughts for you?
All right. But, headline risk is back, you guys. We've got, keep an eye on that 10-year because that really could have a pull on equities, being that we are now seeing yields move higher with velocity. And we always talk about how when that happens, it can pressure the equity markets.
Yeah. All right. We'll have to keep it pinned. Thank you so much, Shai. We'll see you online. All right, time for Pharm and Tape Talk. He's been patiently waiting. Hey, Pharm, how are you?
I'm doing quite well. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. What are you watching today?
Yeah. I mean, first of all, I'm gonna have to rewatch that with your guest just now. It sounded like you said a lot of good things. I was a little bit busy doing some updates for the room, profit taking.
Go back and listen to what he said about central bank buying. That was super interesting. And makes sense. It's logical when you think about it, but it's always good to be reminded. Someone's selling. So, and he had some levels where there's a central bank bid. So that maybe is interesting to watch on the downside, but you can
big difference between, more buyers versus sellers and whether or not buyers are lifting the offer, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm on the bid for $1 trillion NQ at zero, but it's not making price go higher. So, I can buy a lot at zero. I haven't done the math, but I think it's a lot anyway. So, we're just still watching NQ, right? I don't really have much else to say about this chart, right? I mean, I got a little bit loud on X yesterday, which usually I'm compulsively objective about my analysis of price anyways. But to me, I mean, it's as simple as this, right? Trading's not about being right or being wrong. But if my analysis suggests, which could be wrong, my analysis suggests that there's an 800-point move coming from this spot that we talked about, and we're rejecting that spot from below. I mean, do I want to be long or do I want to be short, right? So, I mean, you can question the analysis, obviously, and we can obviously reclaim and bid that. But I said yesterday that until or unless we're bidding, call it 29,400 from above, that I'm going to be short or flat looking to be short. So that's where I'm at. And here we are, right? So, we're finally getting, it looks like, some beautiful looking liquidation puke. Finally, ES is taking that pesky ass kind of 74, 69 to 72 spot. So now to me, it's a profit take into some of this on the short side, as they're puking this through, and we're going to have to be watching that spot now on ES, whereas previously ES was just kind of, I don't know, there just wasn't a whole point in watching it. The profiles have just been disgusting on an intraday basis. So I'm still there with NQ. I mean, I have no reason to want to be meaningfully long. I can be long on an intraday basis. And now that we're getting this puke, now I'm a lot more open to that than I was even just a few hours ago. So we'll see from a day trade perspective, but you kind of feel like this wants to just come down and take this low and maybe sweep out last month's lows at this point. But we assume nothing because literally every time NQ has gotten down here, it's been a pretty one-sided tape, right? Shorts are covering, buyers are buying. So this isn't the spot to initiate a short. So while I'm very much short biased, it doesn't mean I'm going to short the whole necessarily. So but that's where I'm at with NQ in the big picture. And on the weekly profiles, we talked about, this spot up here yesterday, circled on the chart. And, I came in yesterday and was very prepared to be very bearish and just sell the damn thing all day. And then we got that silly Trump toilet tweet tape torpedo on volume into the lows. And, I had to flip, right? So I had to accept that the sell was probably done for the moment anyways. But look, they just came right back up and sold the hell out of it again. So this very much looks like redistribution now at this point. And we've got low of week to see if we can continue to protect that. But this looks pretty bad. And again, to me on shorter time frames for today, I'm very much watching what happens right here on ES. So again, general bias is still to the short side, not looking to necessarily initiate in the whole. ES, look at all this. I mean, all these lows here in this kind of 74-70 spot, we're just begging to get run. Last week came down and was one handle shy of my weekly level, and I told my Discord that Ken Griffin owed me a point. And that point gets very expensive when it starts from much higher. So we've got that sweep now, and this is the point at which, again, I say okay, this is an obvious target. You're taking profit on shorts here. Let's see what happens into the day. So now, whereas NQ has been my watch, sort of big picture, I think ES is now my watch for today on short time frames and how it responds around this area once we open cash, because we certainly could see some acceleration to the downside if this isn't just some kind of trap. I'll say that coming into the week, I had a lot of interest. And if we had just kind of hung around down here, come and punch through these lows and reclaimed, I was very, very interested in getting long there. But now after you see all this volume that's put in, and again, multiple weeks of volume, it's like, do they really want to buy this after just so many failures overhead? And that's the question that I think we're about to find out. And we might finally get a situation where ES does something. It's really has been pinned. As the components have moved around, it's been a bit obnoxious, but this is going to be the main watch for me today. And so drilling into the shorter frames on the 5, again, like ES, there's nothing to say about this to me. Does this reclaim or does it not reclaim? And then from there, you've got a very, very large true gap down. So we didn't have time to run through how I trade those yesterday's, right? So on a large gap down, true gap down below the prior day's low, I'm watching the open, right? Is there any interest above, below the open? And the first 5 minutes, any interest above, below that first 5 minutes? So if all the action is above the open and above, we take out the high of the first 5 minutes, but not the low, the Pharm zone, I think you nicknamed it. Mm-hmm. Then I'm looking at a potential gap fill reversal situation, especially if we're reclaiming this 74.69 to 72, and it looks like maybe just ran some stops and we're going to see a relief pop. So I would actually be looking for longs. Maybe, I could just F off for the day. We're going up north. Maybe I'll just do that. It's okay to miss a long, right? Not okay to miss a short. I'm kidding. So that's going to be the first watch, and NQ will be the same thing. It's going to be a very, very large true gap down. I do think ES is going to need to reclaim at least 74.97 to 7,500 to be out of any trouble. If it does kind of punch back through this 74.69 to 72, and really there's a pretty significant liquidation risk if this can't reclaim. If you get the gap down and go, all the actions below the open, all the actions below the 5-minute opening range low, which doesn't exist. I'm going to get yelled at by PAX. I'm on stream with them tomorrow morning. I'm in so much trouble. then it just looks like a nasty gap down and go. And we've got targets to the downside, which I'm really, I would say 74.05 to 10 is kind of more of a target. I would like to see something in the 7300s after all of this. I think it's possible that VIX gets going out of VIX expiration. I think there's potential for a big positioning unwind. I don't know if we'll get that just yet, but I do have VIX calls for that potentiality, I suppose. And again, NQ, same type of thing. Very, very large true gap down. So that's going to be the first order of business. Again, a reminder that so far, the tape has been very, very one-sided, anywhere down in the 600 range, 500 range. It's been sellers taking covers. It's been longs initiating. The question each time we come down here, is it a situation where bulls are too busy puking their longs to step in and buy it? And we'll find that out again today. To me, still, though, not the place to be initiating shorts necessarily in the hole, right? I mean, you can short a pop, but it's a big true gap down. It's objectively, I would say, a short as long as it remains below yesterday's low. So, I mean, you could come up here, fail to reclaim yesterday's pre-market low, right? The Trump toilet tweet tape torpedo. Got to say that like 5-6 times fast, right? Failed to reclaim that, and it's just a sell, right? So this looks bad, and that's what I'm looking at on ES and NQ. You're just playing it as a true gap down. It's as simple as that, right? Is it a gap down buy? In which case you're looking for like levels, obviously between, but yesterday's low, or is it a gap down sell? In which case the market would look very, very weak. If this is actually a gap down and go situation at a place where they should be buying NQ. And again, like the fact that ES has just held up for so long and has not gone with NQ, the risk there is that now ES starts getting going, right? And I think that puts pressure on NQ if everybody's buying SPX puts 0-day to try to hedge their exposure and they're minimize the pain of their bag holding, then that's going to bleed into NQ as well. So very, very important morning on those. We can look at crude and gold and even the bonds just real quick. Crude, I mean, I said like, I wouldn't say it was the top, but like this needed to be the high, right? Or I thought that was going to exert some additional pressure on equities if we got through this sort of 88.69 spot. Now this is the spot. This was from a long time ago where I said below here the war was over, and above here maybe a little bit more war. This 91.69 to 93.07. So I know Scott Bessent has this on his chart. And so he'll let Trump know that like, hey, we're getting to the war is on, war is over line. So maybe, it's time to taco or something like that, which I actually don't think matters. It still will matter on short time frames. I don't think this sell was about, like, if we started this, like NQ was dog shit for a long time before this really ramped up, right? So this to me isn't about the war, but it doesn't mean there can't be some kind of short-term pop or positioning unwind, especially with inventory pretty stretched on equities right now to the short side overnight anyway. So again, big questions. Are they done puking? Are they not? Back above this 93-ish spot. Problems and potential weight on equities. And speaking of potential weight on equities, we talked yesterday, right, about bonds, about yields, and, do they matter? Do they not matter? And I talked about major technical breaks, right? So, I mean, here we are back down. We're making new low of year. I've still got this was kind of my spot for like maybe a stick save. It got a nice relief rally. Here we are right back there, right? So, it's time to save the bonds, Scotty B. What are you going to do, right? So this is definitely getting into taco area. And I think the riskiest situation here is that we get a taco and it doesn't do a damn thing. That's always going to be the risky scenario, right? The Fed steps in on something, just like big picture, right? The Fed steps in on something, it doesn't work. That's when you're going to get a massive liquidation event. A taco comes in today or maybe tomorrow and it doesn't work. That's when things I feel like can escalate. And then lastly, I'll go to gold real quick. Again, still just multi-week balance, right? So selling pops near the top of that balance. Perfectly reasonable. You would expect that. It looks like that technical break on the bonds is having a little bit of an effect on gold. And I have no idea what the hell happened to precious metals at 6 p.m. last night. I was off the desk, but that was a very, very strange open. So if anybody knows what that was, let me know. I'm interested. But still, again, multi-week balance range on gold. You're looking to be a responsive buyer, at least taking profits on shorts anywhere near the bottom, and you should be a responsive seller up near the top. So no surprise to find those offers there. So eyes on ES. 74.69 to 72 is kind of my big watch for today in the short term as we ride shorts on the way down.
All right. A lot of great stuff. I'm glad you mentioned all the markets since they are keying on compounding, as you said, especially then Q. It started before that, but it's all sort of wrapped into one big mess right now. So it's going to be interesting. All right. Thanks so much, Pharm. Have a great one.
Have a great day.
All right. We had some weekly jobless claims, nothing to move the market because, of course, as Pharm just said, everyone is focused on oil and what's happening with yields, and a Trump tweet earlier got things going. So there's a lot of headline risk to navigate. Let's get to it. Jack and Stowe are here to trade the open. Hi, gents. How's it going?
Hey, Maggie. Good morning. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning, Stowe.
Stowe, last time I was on with you, you were gigging in Asbury. How'd it go?
Oh, it was good. It was good. Asbury was great. Best show was probably Richmond or Arlington. Both the Virginia shows were very good.
Oh, Virginia
it was
representing.
Fun
like
time.
It.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Jack, how you feeling about the day?
I'm feeling good. I'm glad that we got some action overnight. I think it's going to be interesting to see whether or not we actually hold bids off the open here, or if we are headed back to last Friday's lows. Obviously the action is to the downside. That's pretty clear. So I got some limits above us. I'm looking for a pop to sell into. I'm definitely not looking to go short into the hole here. We're already through that Friday low in the ES. So is the NASDAQ going to catch up? And then, of course, oil, I tweeted it out last night. I was like, it's starting to trade like there's going to be some escalation this weekend, or not that there already hasn't been more escalation, but are we going to get back up into the 100 handle in oil? Sure looks like it. I'm going to be all on top of that long trade as long as it's working for CL. It's been really the strongest market to the upside, the best market to be trading if you're a long-sided trader. And you're going to find me on the buy side of that market here today.
All right. Keep your eye on Truth Social because Trump's already been tweeting about it before the market opens. So I think you're right. I think it's looking active. Anyway, let's say that. You're going to have a lot of opportunities, you guys. Well, I'm going to leave you to it. Have a great one.
All right.
Thanks Maggie. Unfortunately, my credit card got denied for the $100,000 a month premium. Yeah, I was trying to sign up and it just wasn't going through. My bank suspected fraud. They're like, did you approve this $100,000 purchase for Truth Social? And I thought about it for a second, and I was like, you know what? No, I didn't. Decline. I don't know if I'd make that money back with that edge, to be completely honest. I wonder how what the time difference is between whenever was like a minute. Is it 5?
You can actually get never mind. It's too early for that joke. Production will cancel me quickly. Good morning chat. What's up, buddies? What did Trump say this morning? I missed it. I don't know what the hell we're doing other than we finally took out that 74, 73 low from Friday. So
my grandpa used to wake up and read the Wall Street Journal to get economic news related to the markets. And unfortunately, times have changed, and I just wake up and log on to Truth Social. That's how it seems to be what you need to know. But yeah, I mean, just taking a look here, got my screen up. This is my scanner. This means active day. This is active day. We are bearish on so many things. The indexes on every time frame and all of the signals. This is as bearish as this indicator gets here. Bearish trends with I have two different basically sell indicators or buy indicators, and all 12 of them are to the downside here. And the only market to the upside here is CL. And then I've also recently added onto this scanner. This is a trade rating system, and all of the indexes, I like to see them realistically. If I'm going to be taking trades, like my higher probability trades to targets are going to be coming when I'm printing numbers here, 5 being the best. So all of the indexes here are two to the downside. And then I go to the upside here, we got CL's 4 to the upside. So at this point in time, related to my technology I've built myself, and I'm looking for longs in CL and shorts in the indexes. So that's my plan. And until proven wrong, the Russell was actually leading the market lower yesterday. The NASDAQ was a little stronger, kind of waiting for those earnings, but Google with the CapEx going negative free cash flow for, I don't know how long it's been, but it's been a long time since Google's had negative free cash flow, of course, related to AI expenditure. So a lot of new information on top of jobs numbers. I think we're cut out for a active morning. So we've been running pretty hot. I feel the pressure myself. I don't think we've had all great days so far. So let's see how we do here today.
Don't worry, I'll take a daily loss limit today for the team.
Nice. Prepare yourself.
I mean, NQ is still partying compared to ES. There is a weird thing going on the book in ES. There is a 1,000-lot guy that is bouncing around, occasionally getting filled, dragging lower. NQ, and there's like 400 dudes on at 750 here. This is NQ's weekly open is like right here.
Okay.
ES's weekly open is at 85. So I would like to see them get this push in NQ lower. All right, we just got filled there. I feel like the market's trading right now, and I still got 25 minutes to sit with this thing.
A lot to digest at the open.
Yes.
I don't know if all I know is I'm not looking for a long for at least 15 minutes. I don't care if we bounce. It's just so much momentum to the downside. And, it's not like a fresh test of these levels. We've come down here before, So
right. Yeah, I don't know.
Tell me
if they can get out of this thing and send it.
I mean, I think we can. I just think it's going to take some time, I don't know. I'm kind of in the confirmation of sometimes I like to be like, okay, days like this, you need at least a low that holds for 25 minutes before trading to the long side. That's kind of the opinion I'm running into. Like let the buyers prove themselves for, 20 minutes minimum, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And that's a slow, as opposed to this might be the low, because even if we bottom, there's going to be a pop sold into you. I don't think there's much right now that's going to redirect this market. I mean, this CapEx expenditure from Google probably going to, it's positive for things like Micron or whatever. I mean, if we had single stock futures, we'd probably be looking long Micron because, they're the other side of that CapEx spend, so one man's trash is another man's treasure, but right now we're trading the baskets.
Well, NQ ran that. We'll see. I mean, there's definitely a ton of passive, selling still at 28,800. There was a really responsive bid at the weekly open just now at 745 or so. Okay. Again, I don't want to be getting into long world. I mean, that could just be a blip for the moment. That's going to be a good pivot though, if we can get below it. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. Oh wow, another 400 lots filled at 750.
They're getting filled today.
Yeah,
they're getting.
And there is still a ton of liquidity down there at 74.55. See if they can chase it down. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where would be a nice pivot. It might be this.
Honestly, 28,600 for me. For the NASDAQ.
Think we head there?
Yeah. I think we're approaching that where that Tuesday session bid became, as soon as we opened 6 o'clock Tuesday, we kind of got that bid. We're filling into that gap from Monday, but I feel like we're going to wash it and trade back into where we puked out on Friday.
They're pushing now. Yeah.
Yeah. ES is cracking hard here. And I can't imagine, even though the NASDAQ was the leader yesterday, I mean, the next level I really have in the ES is 74.40. So I'm looking for 74.40 and 28,600 on top of seeing those levels. I need to see the buyers actually show up down there. Otherwise, I'm just going to be looking for where the offer is here this morning.
Eesh, this is ugly.
Yeah, it's a breakdown.
Production, do we have any license? How much licensing money do we have? Can we play Breakdown by Tom Petty for 10 seconds?
Wait, is that how it works?
No.
Do you have to pay somebody?
Yeah, Kevin has his own personal YouTube licensing budget, but he only spends it on songs that he likes, selfishly. Okay, so wait, who do you pay? Do you have to pay YouTube? You would have to pay. Well, no, you would have to pay. There's a bunch of different ways you can do it. There's if you want to properly license a song, you just go through, I believe it's called the Harry Fox Agency, and then you pay per the amount of streams that you plan to use it for.
Who's this Harry Fox guy? How did he get this deal? Dude, I'm kind of getting worried that we're actually going to take out the lows of June.
Send it. Why not?
Like not today, but like eventually. Look, I mean, dude, if we really get a big breakdown into like August, I mean, I'm scared. I'm gonna go out there and say it. I'm scared of buying today. I'm gonna do everything in my power to not go long unless we break above.
Whoa, big splash.
We need to set a resistance level and break above resistance level, and then I will buy a pullback. As we're skipping down here, I'm just looking for sells. I'm looking for sells, and I keep wanting to get more and more aggressive.
Somebody's hanging out 700.
Or like if we get another 200-point washout to the downside extremely fast, I mean, we could rally 150 points and still, that rally for 150 points is something to sell kind of thing.
That's a tricky bit.
Yeah. I'm a bear. Call me Papa Bear. I'll tell you what, you want to be a bull. Stowe, you want to buy something, just take a look at that oil chart. I know you're not looking at the books, but
nah,
that thing is just, we're up 5%.
Yeah,
5%.
Yeah, I don't like to trade crude.
Yeah,
it doesn't like me, to be honest.
There's some days it's likable.
It's not easier. It's not crude. I want to like crude. It's crude that doesn't like me.
What's crude's problem with you, Stowe? Doesn't like heavy metal? Doesn't like scream music?
I don't know. We've just never gotten along. The real answer is that it doesn't have. I've never been able to find any order flow that makes sense with it. Like I just don't. I don't see anything in the book in the same way that I see stuff in NQ and ES.
If you were to trade off anything but order flow, what would it be?
Probably just support and resistance and VWAP bands.
Okay.
We were having this debate the other day. Maybe it was yesterday. I never know what day it is. But we were like, what is support and resistance price action? I would just use support and resistance. I'd be very lonely without Delta. In the day when we didn't have the DOM on NinjaTrader and I'd be traveling and I couldn't have the DOM up, it would be very sad for me always, because I would be missing so many clues that I like to look at.
You're getting a hamburger right now.
What was
We're
the
going down.
what was the precious metals thing that happened?
Oh, I don't know.
Did it
I
go?
think it's
No,
just,
I mean like
the 6 o'clock candle. I don't know
okay.
why it was. I've seen that happen before though. It was just a 55-point bar in like the first minutes. So I've been caught in one of those, and it sucks. You're like, wow, I had to stop for like $1,500, and somehow I just lost $5,000. That's cool.
Here we're fighting these lows. And then Q, we are below the weekly open, but there is still a bid down here. 720. Maybe they won't break it pre-market.
Do I ever swing trade oil futures? I just rarely swing trade, to be honest.
It's too much freaking
It's just
work.
a different style of trade. I'll trade Asia. Most of the swing, like, I don't know. I just don't swing trade because I'm day trading it. But it's probably a good thing to swing trade right now. It's a good thing to swing trade. I mean, to the downside, the daily chart on crude is crazy. It's like, it's so nuts. It is the most tradable product by range right now over the last 6 months, period. Definitely something if you trade things besides order book, because I mean, I guess maybe it's harder to read that. I don't know. Like if you trade support and resistance, if you trade momentum, if you trade moving average crossovers, like you need to be trading crude.
Sellers really trying to be somebody right now at 720. And it ain't working. Come on, bros. One time, Bears, you finally have a chance. Is just sitting here and absorbing all this ice. There's this, I'll show you that on the dump. So this is what I'm looking at. This is hilariously annoying right here. This is a ton of ice. It's not a ton, but it's a lot of ice that's getting put in here at 719. And this is the little tail they left behind. They need to, there you go. Okay. My word. Oh, we can pay Vanilla Ice, but we can't pay Tom Petty. Fair enough. You see what I mean with Kevin?
Is Tom Petty expensive? Wait, do they have to pay for those little clips?
No. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. If I sing the song, do we still get pinged?
No, that's original.
All right.
It's a cover. That's how it works. That's why Justin Bieber sang from his YouTube.
That's true. He did do that.
Or played as YouTube. At least that's what I heard. I don't sit in his meetings, but I can imagine.
That got me, Jack. I don't sit in his meetings. Oh man, I'd love to, but I got a Bieber meeting again.
You got the Bieber fever? Does your daughter have Bieber fever?
No.
She's too young for Bieber.
What's she into? Actually, she found a playlist recently called "The Most Annoying Songs in the World." So that is what my life is like at the moment. If you must know,
I am sorry. I am.
There's a song called "I'm a Waffle." There's a song called there's Peanut Butter Jelly Time. That's on there. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
I know that song.
Yeah, that's not bad. Of all of them. You see, now the Sazalot guy is pulled down to 50. Very interesting what this guy's up to today. It's like he's not trying to catch it.
Don't do that, man.
Peanut butter jelly time. Where you at?
Peanut butter jelly and a baseball bat.
All right. I mean, I got 4 orders out there, so I really got nothing to do but go like this. I've not seen the LE chart. Take a look though. Not something I've ever traded. That is trending. I don't know, maybe I should trade some LE. Oh my goodness, that hourly chart just looks insane.
Previous day's hat. What a YouTube handle. I love that. Previous day's hat. That's very cool. All right. 10 minutes. We got the lows right now on NQ from Friday.
Dude,
Let's see if there's any stops down here.
We are falling off cliff.
Or I'm sorry,
from Jim's goes on vacation.
Jim's on vacation?
I don't know. He was yesterday.
That guy. I'm sorry. These are the lows from Monday? I guess Monday night. And Sunday. Okay. I might just have my high time frame chart up all day. That's one way to keep me out of trouble. Monday. Thank you, STP. Also, good morning, Oculus.
Tra La La song? You mean by Gunther?
Oh no, Tra-la-la is brain rot. Different.
Yeah, I don't think they'd have that on a children's playlist of most annoying songs.
Yeah, Makars, I can do that. I can do that for sure. It's just bearish as hell. As though like, okay, so this is NQ. This purple guy is the monthly band. I will parrot what Pharm said with like, this is not time to yeet into a short. It's literally at the it's in the hole, especially on NQ. I would look at I'm looking at 950. Yeah, unless we see like more continuation, we can get like, I don't know. It could just send from here, I guess, but historically, it's better to just wait for some intraday positioning to appear and then try to lean on something intraday. But weekly time frame, extremely bearish. We are below the second standard deviation on the weekly band. We are tapping into the -2 on the monthly. So those are both aligned like holy Moses. This is crazy. NQ is being propped up by this low for the third time. That's not historically great. There is a tail here. ES, though, I mean, talk about yikes. That's big yikes. 74.73. This low was extremely stupid. I think they made this on Monday as well. I watched this on Monday, and it was as bad as a low could get. It was disgusting. So I'm glad they took that out just so I can stop looking at it. But yeah, same story here. We are well below the -2 on the month and the week. Bearish city, but it's never really a good plan to yeet into shorts at the lows. There are few market environments where that works. So, like Jack said, we will wait. We will wait.
Yeah, you're either going to get one of those. I mean, who knows? You know, sometimes you go into these opens and then that first bar is just so straight up. But I don't know if that's the case here. I'd like to see just a little bit of an agreement in price and then a continuation lower.
I mean, you guys can see this dude on the DOM. So this guy here, this 1,000 lot guy, he was at 55 pulled down to 50. He was at 60 before that happened and pulled down to 55. So he is now dragged all the way down here. Now he's gone. So the intent of that order is so interesting to me. Is it like it was never meant to exist. I think sometimes that resting liquidity is just there to yeah, there it goes. Cool. So when something stops being a magnet like that, and we just ran we just filled 700 too. Okay, cool. Good.
I'll bring my order over for the NQ. Let's just see. I'm looking at short 28,782.
I'm going to watch this previous week low again. You didn't really come back and talk to it too much. Wow, we've reached the magic box in Globex. That is very rare on ES.
What's that?
Oh, nice. All right, so this dude, he didn't disappear. He pulled back to 45. So he's pulling every five points. Price gets close to him. He yanks it 5 points lower.
He's scared. He sees this price action. He goes, never mind. I haven't seen a long get paid in 2 hours. It's a lot of trap traders.
PBH, I do not. I only use NinjaTrader. I do not use Sierra.
Believe it or not, this is NinjaTrader Live.
Yeah.
You're not going to catch a Gatorade bottle on my desk.
Sick joke. That's funny. But no, even like, I'm not even being a company man right now. Like, I actually don't use Sierra anymore.
Being a company man. It's like the McDonald's CEO eating eating McDonald's. He's like, it's good. Have you seen that video? It's just like everyone just rips on him. It looks like it's the first time he's ever taken a bite out of his own product. Yeah, it's just, guys, I don't think nothing about this looks. I'm going to state the obvious. It's looking really bearish. The trend is down. Sell your pops.
Yeah, but that being said, please, I mean,
all right, here's the question. Do you think we're closing higher or lower than this open?
I have no idea.
It doesn't really matter because there's so much in between, but it'll give you a bias for the day.
I will say that ES is.
We're almost at that 40
ass.
level I talked about in the ES. I tell you what, if we're really having a crash day in the ES, we're going to 73.80. If this is one of those days, we're going to 73.80. And if this is one of those days in the NASDAQ, we're going down sub 28,300. If this is one of those days.
I will say Eric's 7420 says, what an early morning dump. I don't think this one will flush. I don't know if you're just being gross. If you are, that's funny humor. But like, don't have that thought. It rarely is good. So like, it can go lower. It can also reverse out of here. It's good. Just whenever you see an extreme move, either to the upside or the downside, take your high time frame bias, put it in your pocket, and then just wait and see what the day does. Literally anything can happen. We are so news driven. We are so at the literal whim of a tweet or a truth bomb. What are they calling those? If he's not calling those truth bombs, by the way, really should be, because that's a very good. That's a very good name for that.
I think you're onto something still.
Get me on the phone. Maybe I can get us a discount for the truth bombs if I come up with the good catchphrase.
Even if it's half off.
I'm gonna need more than half off.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a free trial. I'm gonna be honest. I need one of those prop coupons. Those free. Don't do me like that.
All right. And just before the open, we came down and checked that. We came up and checked that 21 spot, which was those previous lows. Ooh, baby, it's quick. It's moving quick.
Yeah.
Oh, baby. Yikes. Splash Mountain.
Oh my god, what was that noise? Oh, never mind. Somebody just fell out of bed.
Is it the gut? Was it the Gus sound?
Well, I'm long oil. It's the first trade I've taken here. Long from 90.90. Targets a 91.19.
1,000 lot guy pulled down to 40 now. Still around.
He's
like
lying to you, Stowe.
but I like that he's around.
He's lying to you.
I didn't want him to just be a Globex aberration. I wanted him to still be around.
All right, well, about to get filled in a Russell.
Let's see. Seller needs to show up here at 20s. Nope, he did not.
RTY.
Let's see what happens at this weekly open.
Don't do me like that. That song's stuck in my head, man.
Which peanut butter jelly time? Sorry.
No, it'll be worse. Love a good PB&J though. Call me a mama's boy,
a
but
weekly
my
open.
mom just makes good ones.
Ooh, they're chasing it though. Wow. Nice rejection from the weekly open. For now.
Get a fill my 57s.
I have this magic line.
Well, that's pretty aggressive.
On ES. We'll see if we get to it. Yeah. Wow. Handily rejected the weekly open.
57s, didn't even get it filled. What?
Okay, second shot. Can you do it? NQ definitely much more suffocated than ES is right now.
Just move my order a little bit back. See if that's the.
Okay, we're above the weekly open. We're getting into some stops up here. Maybe. Empty night. Still nothing for me. Okay. NQ bounced weekly open. Should have been kissing you. I don't know, man. Trend day up. Where's previous day low? 9,000 years up here. 75.25.
The open's always different than the overnight.
We can see on NQ over here, we have all these highs. I don't know if you can see. We got this little spot here. If I was just a support and resistance seller, I'd be looking at this. See what happens on the tape here as we get through it. If we get through it. This would be a little telltale spot right there for me. But I mean, it's piss missile. Yep.
Yeah, next thing I got above is like 28,900s. If it gets that high.
Okay, ran those stops from whatever seller that was. I believe the kids call that manipulation. Just throwing that out there. I'm calm and focused. Good poll. Thousand lot guy is up at 67 now. Okay. I'm just doing a play-by-play of whatever this trader's up to.
Is he getting filled or is he just moving it around?
So he has been filled. That 8,000 lot guy has been filled a bunch of times on the way down. I probably started looking at a chart around 8 o'clock this morning, and I definitely spent way too much time looking at it.
8,000 lots, or 8 times he's been filled at 1,000.
No. Yeah, it was 1,000 lots each time. He probably got filled 4 times. No. In the ES.
Oh.
NASDAQ though had some big fills on the way down as well. But they were more NASDAQ size, like 350. Still big for NQ. Notable size anyway.
What in the what? All right, hold on. My Ninja just disappeared off my screen. Production, I'm gonna need you to. I don't know what just happened.
It's cool. They flipped to just mine.
All right.
So chat, what do you do when, I mean, you guys heard me walk through my high time frame bias and it was Bear City, right? And this profile right now on both ES and NQ is piss missile straight up trend, right? I mean, especially NQ. Look at that, baby. You can't really paint a prettier picture than that. Ground into this overnight low, puked it, retested it. Good long flat here. If you got it right there, beauty, brother. Nice. So what do you do when your higher time frame bias is doubly conflicting with your intraday bias? What do you do? This is a real question. It's not like a rhetorical thing. You tell me. This is your chance to interact. Yes. So what I do personally, these are all great answers. What I do personally is I have a ton of, trend day setups, especially to the long side. I got lots of them. It's my favorite thing in the world. I have to whittle that down to like 1 if I'm going to take it on this day. And so that trade for me is to retest the -1, which is all the way down here. And this is locked. You were locked out coming down and you were locked out going up. That's just the way the market rolls sometimes, man. Nothing you can do about it. Yep, gap fill reversal, not bad. Still climbing. The other thing that's important too, we're still going back to the 24-hour VWAP is still all the way up here. Like we had sold off like crazy. So even though this feels like a really big move at the moment, in relation to the gap, it's still not that much. So I don't know. I definitely like to try to take a breather when the range is that big, just to reacclimate yourself to like, okay, I'm playing in a much bigger sandbox today. So not only do you need to be more selective, size down, probably move your stop loss and take profits and make sure your risk is still intact. The book's still pretty liquid though. It's just moving quick. What's up, Omni? Morning, brother.
All right, I'm back. I have no idea what happened there. It's crazy. Dude, it's just like everything just shut down. Normally you get like a notification like something's failing. Nope. Disappeared on me.
White van got jacked.
Dude, I was just like, I've never had a crash like that. Too much going on, I guess.
Oh,
Anyway.
thanks. Thank you for noticing, Omni. Yeah, all you need. Here's $1,000 lot guy again at 77. All you need is a little app that tells you when to stop eating a bunch of garbage food for the day, and then you're good to go. It turns out. Lots of selling now. Let's see if it gets anywhere. If this is just, if it's going to proper trend, this will get snatched up pretty quick. Ooh, getting wiggly. The sea was angry that day.
The sea was angry that day, my friends.
Oil's working. So it's working. That was the strongest read on my little trend scan. So
I will return. Don't ask me when. Thanks. Hey, good morning, chap. What's up? No, Mr. Valentine. If you're talking about Rusty, he's sleeping. He's been terrorizing the evenings as of late. So he's been busy.
all right, second target hit there in CL, but my automation has been canceled since my Ninja shut down. So my stop
We got these sellers trying here on NQ. These dudes need to get on sides. Sin of the passing season.
Y'all.
Yep. There's a couple zero prints for you right there. Somebody hit the bid pretty quick. Stay safe, homies. Don't get too excited about anything right now. That would be my advice. Not financial advice, just mental advice, I guess. Spiritual advice?
Yeah, give us some of that.
Drive slow, homie. Drive slow. You never know. You never know. Let me make sure I got that up. All right, I got 26.
Yeesh.
Woo! All right, we're coming back to
I think we're going back to lows.
maybe. We'll see what happens at weekly open again, 7:45. And remember, A plus, we go talk to the RTH open again, 7:20 or so. And then also I'm going to check out what happens here at 58. But this is, let's see, what would I call this? When you see these zero prints like this, hold. This is gnarly. This is gnarly shit. So, that's aggression. You gotta. I don't know. I find it so funny when the market does hilarious shit like this. Maybe I'm a sicko for laughing at the things the market does, but
Laughing at pain.
I enjoy. You got to.
Masochist. Oh my goodness. Let's take a look at the 6J. Just give me some. There you go.
Chasing price down here too. NQ weekly open still holding. Good bit of bid absorption there at 62 with a tail. Down here to 61. Not buying it, just narrating it.
Dude, oil's heading back to 100. That's all I got to say.
What's it at now?
90.
Okay.
But it's moving like it's on its way.
Glad I got gas this morning.
Yeah, I should probably go fill up my 33-gallon tank.
Okay, here's the RTH open in ES again. Ooh. Was I not fast enough?
Yeah, you see, the thing about having a Tesla is I live in a condo building, and then I got to get a charger in a garage that was built in like 1902, and there's no electrical down there, and it probably cost me $15,000 just to put that in. Or I can charge it in parking lots, which I don't really want to do.
There's a bid at the open. I don't want it though. Not yet. Not bad. Terrible fill. Where are those zero prints at? 75? Get NQ. Get above this open. Get above. There you go. Get. I should have bought NQ. There's a billion dudes at 750. Let me see where the top of these zero prints are. 71, 75. Actually, that's right where I'm at. Okay, NQ came down, tested its RTH open, then also has cleared its weekly open, which is good for us as buyers. Will I get filled? Nice, I got one. Drag this up. So the top of these zero prints are 71, 75, which happens to just be exactly where the second take profit is. So I'm going to let it chill there. You don't care about RTH VWAP ES. You don't mind. You don't mind one bit. Okay, this reset, so that's good. We got bid there, and nice. All right, cool. So the 0 prints are filled. Got 15 points. Feeling good.
No, I'm just reorganizing a bunch of my technology that shut off on me, so I'm a little silent over here, just watching my CL position. Stowe's narrating the market order flow. I don't have that much to say about market order flow, so there's always something to say about that.
That was a good trade.
Yeah, I said it this morning. I was like, the best setup, according to my scanner, is CL long, and man, that thing's right. That's why I like it. Thinks a lot. It's like everything I think programmed, so I don't make any mistakes. And and I'm just kind of sitting in the final third of it. I've gotten two-thirds off. I'm still bearish these indexes, but sometimes that morning volatility, it's a little hard for me to trade on these big gap down moves. I mean, those bars are so large for like my time frame. I mean, what did we have there? A couple 120 pointers in 5 minutes. The NASDAQ ATR is pushing 100 points.
So chat, when I asked you guys this question, what do you do when your high time frame is conflicting with your intraday? You got to whittle that down to one setup, your A++, and we got it. Watch this come down to the -1. It's also the OR mid. And I'll pull the same thing on NQ was happening at the same time. Came down here. All our stuff was firing, blah, blah, blah. We hit the RTH open. I let NQ get above its weekly open before I got in that ES trade. And I had a target, and it was those 0 prints on ES. I took my A+ setup. I got in right here. Terrible fill. Got in right there. And then I got out when those 0 prints filled. And that happened to be exactly where we pulled back from. Now, am I genius because that's where we pulled back from? No, certainly not. Any blind squirrel could have just as easily had that trade come back on him there. But I had a target. I had a setup. I said I was going to take only that setup, and I took it. That is the kind of shit, even if I didn't make money on that trade, that's the kind of stuff I can be proud of later and be like, of all the things that you do wrong all the time, you didn't do that one thing wrong. In chat, you probably saved me because, without you to say that I'm only going to take this A+ trade too, maybe I rush into that trade. So thank you, chat.
This is the scanner, and if you don't have X, I just put my email in. I'm startup trading, by the way, in the chat. I know some people don't realize that, but no, I don't have a link to purchase it. But it's literally like it's not. I've never offered it before. I've shown it on here a bunch of times. I am going to allow 10 people to get a lifetime license, but there's a few things in it. This is a recent add-on, but I have everything from like this is the trend. I mean, there's so many things in here. This is the trend score, so this is how much we've been trending for each individual market. So CL clearly the most to the upside. And then every day, I watched the prior day. This is during the regular trading hours session. So only from 9:30 Eastern. This is from the full session. So 6 o'clock last night. So you have for the indexes, the ES is actually the trending down the most percent of the day. We had a little bit of a trend up yesterday in the NASDAQ right out of the open. So it trended up 8% of the day, but you can still see it's trending down 29% of the day. Ideally, I like to trade markets that are trending more than 50% of the time and in that direction of the trend, obviously. And then this little scoreboard I just built here just tells me what market. So if you take a look at the 6J, so like anything above 3, And this changes throughout the day. Any number above 3 just tells me, hey, gravitate towards that market and trade that direction. So CL this morning was reading 4. It's still reading 4. It is, I mean, look at any market, even these indexes, they're moving down, but that was like, I think that was a little bit of a tough trade, unless you're like a super scalper. Like we rallied. What did we rally in the NASDAQ? There were 200, then right back down 200 versus like CL is going to be a really smooth trend. And then if you take a look at the 6J, it's kind of the same thing. One of the things I have in here is you can actually connect. So I can connect, make this orange here. And then like I can click this and it'll actually populate automatically on whatever chart. But just take a look at this 6J. And that's, like I said, that's reading -4. So really it's just my own custom codes I've built to determine markets that are trending. It's an add-on inside of it. And then, I mean, the more I listen to it, the better I am. But, at the end of the day, it's just a really helpful tool. That's all. It's the first 10 people I sell it to are going to get lifetime access, and then it's going subscription. So if you want it, you got to contact me on Twitter, or I put my email in there. But anyway, back to the markets here. I have some videos I put on YouTube too, but still cruising here. So you take anything in there? I know you were.
You're not paying attention to my A+ trade?
Dude, I don't honestly, how could I watch the YouTube on top of watching my own screen in the chat? Like, I just don't even.
I was talking
where's
about
your
it the whole
position?
time.
Your position tracker. Where's your position tracker?
Oh shoot, it's over here on the NQ screen.
Yeah, but how am I supposed to see what's going on when you don't even have your position tracker on your screen?
I bought 62 and sold at 66 and 71.75. So just a two lot scalp on this retest of the -1 band, and also NQ hit its RTH open there too. But man, 1,000 lot got returns at 55.
459.64.9. Sounds like I'm making a military call sign or something. My email is above. It's contact@startuptrading.com. So I typed it in the chat above. Contact@startuptrading.com.
Fly here. Are you still defending this 700? Because somebody's down here.
Dude, it ain't me. I'm just riding my position. Tell you what, silver just went -3 on my scanner. What's silver doing? SS.
You got to get below this NQ. Bears giving up.
I'd love to see for a check in the NASDAQ. Whereas my NASDAQ chart's not even on here.
That's a lot. Holy Moses. This is now there's three of these turkeys down here. 55, 54, 53.
Dude, I have 2 PCs, and honestly, the one I'm running all this scanner on, it's not that impressive of a PC. I think I bought it. It's at least 5 years old, and I probably paid $1,700 for it 5 years ago, which is probably a $1,200 computer now. I have 32 gigabytes of RAM on it, but I have a more beastly PC with 64. But I don't know. If you had like 8, it's probably not going to work. 16, I bet would work. When you initially load it, it'll take a minute, but once it's loaded, I don't notice any.
They don't crack this. This is gonna go. If they crack this, it's gonna go to 0. This is gnarly.
Explains the name. Absolute zero. Okay. Wait, have we achieved absolute zero? Or is that just impossible to get to? Don't ask me.
This is a bit of a lifetime if that holds.
Oh.
No way. I mean, I'm impressed if they hold that.
I'd love to see the 50% retracement from the overnight high in the NASDAQ trade. That's a 28,269. That is going to be an absolute wall if we get there. So that's kind of my spot. Sorry, Mihar. If your statement is ever please answer question, repeat the question, just so I don't have to look for it. Okay. Can you discuss your entry process and your CL long for any trade that matter? I understand you're looking at the trend, but your stop put loss. So good question. The number one thing I would suggest you do if you didn't see my develop your egg section is my stops and targets are all automated. And they're automated based on the number you see at the top of the screen in the yellow box. So actually you'll notice my order when it's placed in my fill, like right now, if I were to place an order in CL, my stop and one of my stops and one of my targets, I have 3 targets. One of my stops and one of my targets will be based on that, or I should say all of my stops and all of my targets. Once my target is hit, my stop moves to then break even. And that number is 1.5 times the 10 bar ATR. So my trading process comes down to determining a trend bias. Then from there, I basically look for entries based on support and resistance and a couple of these other codes I have on here. The clearer the trend, the easier it is because you can be off and you're still going to be right. Like my theory on the 1.5 ATR is like, okay, I give it 25 minutes to move 1.5 times. It's been moving on average every 5 minutes. And if it doesn't do that, the market's either dead or in a consolidation phase. And then I just look for, so I get a third off, and then I'm just looking for tails on my other targets. But yeah, I encourage you to watch that develop my edge segment. But I have an audit, and then I put in, so I typically risk $500 a trade. And, sometimes I'll press above that if I'm up on the day, like if I get up like 4R, maybe I'll bump it up to $750 a trade or $1,000 a trade and really push the day. But, it takes a while to get to 4R. You need like 2 or 3 good trades, or like start trading in Asia, and then you can increase your size if you think, the day is your day, because some days you're just running hot. So I increase my size as I run hot. I don't increase my size as I lose, because that's a horrible idea to try to get back losses by increasing your size. And the number of contracts I trade changes automatically based on the volatility. So if I want to risk $500, that might be 15 lots in the M2K and 3 lots in the NASDAQ. And all of that is automated, and that's what I went over. That's a product I have. I just literally I automate a lot of my stuff. My risk, yes, my dollar risk decides my size. Yeah.
Jack likes to say his lifestyle determines his death style. I don't know why that stupid Metallica song always shows up when I think about risk, but that's exactly.
I was going to say, that's a good one coming from a rock star. I didn't even realize it was a Metallica quote, but now I get it. All right, final targets here. Yeah, my entry is simply just based on, price action. Like I pick a level and I just limit it. I use these green boxes, and these green boxes you see on my screen are price zones that I like to see trade. And then also you'll see these like white dots on my screen. Okay. Like I'll use these. I refer to these as leg starts. Fair value gaps, fibs, But realistically, if you can get just a, I think about this all the time. You hear about when anybody who's a newer trader that makes a lot of money, like without like you kind of know what they're doing. All they're doing is they're trading a long only market every time. And they think they know what they're doing. And you know why they make money in a long only market? Because it's really freaking easy. Okay. You just buy and it goes up and it just keeps going up and your stop never gets hit. So when I think about trading, I'm thinking about, well, if that's really where like people that don't know what they're doing make money, why don't I look for markets that do that? Because that's just making, even if you know a little bit about what you're doing, like appropriate risk sizing, maybe some basic technical analysis, a one directional trade is way easier than a two directional market, period. And we've probably all been there. Like, I know I got hooked on trading thinking I knew what I was doing, trading like 2013 bull market with options. Okay. Because I made an exorbitant amount of money with like a little bit of money, then proceeded to lose it all. Because, of course, I did not know what I was doing. I just assumed the market went up. And if I put leverage in a market that goes up, I made a lot of money. And I was like, wow, I'm going to retire. Yeah, I've been trading for a long time. I'm 36 and I bought my first stock at 15 years old. So I've been technically in the market since I was, I don't know.
What was it?
On that.
What was your first stock?
My first stock, the first one I placed in my own account was CFRI, which I don't even know if that exists. And that was when I was 18. But the first stock I ever bought was Disney and when I was 15.
Oh, cool.
But the first like trade I placed when I could like open up my own Scottrade account, which no longer exists, was this penny stock called CFRI. And it went from like 28 cents to like $1.50. And I was like, oh, I'm a genius. Let me see if that stock still exists. Oh yeah, it's totally debunked. It's like zero. Back when pump and dumps were a thing, they're not really like a thing anymore. Like there used a whole like the markets moved in waves of like where there's the leverage, and like in the mid 2000s it was all penny stocks, and then it was options, and now it's futures, and then it was crypto, and now it's futures. I'm from the Chicagoland area. Can't disclose personal details. Yeah, $7 a trade. We thought we were getting a deal. Now it's free. They used to have offices. You like go in. I think they were. I look like a cowboy. I am a cowboy.
Loads of business at this 750. Loads and loads.
Weird. Coming back up here again. I'm going. Oh. Spencer King, I got your email, so I'll get back to you.
It's definitely a beach ball. It's very tough to try to position for this short. And Q is making lower lows off of that first run. Unfortunately, they're turning the weekly open into the noisiest ever location. So I can't really get in at it at all.
Mihar, some of the things learned in prop that you or how about just things in trading by directly teaching. So I think one of the most important things is consistent sizing. I think sizing variability is a horrible especially in prop, is just a horrible way to trade. Sizing variability really is something you can only do as a extremely advanced trader on your own account. And even then, you have to be so emotionally in tune. Because then you could be definitely sizing up the wrong opportunities. Now, some of the best traders in the world know when to size, but if you're in the prop stage of your career, you are not going 2 deviations or 3 deviations of average size. I just think that's a great way to blow your account consistently. You're much better off maintaining consistent risk limits, and that's why I think picking whatever that number is. It could be $100, it could be $300. It's obviously going to be relative to your drawdown. Without that, you won't even know if your system's effective. That's one. Two, I learned this from one of a friend of mine who's probably the best trader I know, and if not one of the top 10 retail traders in the world within his age group, at least. This guy's worth 9 figures. And he is really good at market selection. He doesn't just sit there and trade the one market the entire day. He looks for the most asymmetric markets, and it could be anything. It could be, he shorted silver on the high. He shorted Avis on the high. He's typically a short seller, but he waits for very opportune moments. So I think, being a market selector, and that's part of everybody says be patient, but what are you being patient for? That's be patient, but for what? If you don't know what you're being patient for, it's kind of useless to be patient, right? It doesn't matter.
Okay. I'll flip to NQ here. I got just a very small position on. We'll see if they can catch. 718, 40. I think my risk is okay there. I might yeet myself out of this, but this low is getting extremely dumb. And I would like to go see what we're working with if this open can hold.
How did I meet him? We've known each other for a long, long time. We used to trade together at a family office.
Jack, is the chat making you uncomfortable with personal questions right now?
Yeah.
Do you guys have any manners?
How do you meet friends? I don't know, life. Yeah, get outside sometimes.
All right, Mr. Overnight Low. Fly here. Will you stop buying this, please? No. Man, yeah, super bid at 719. This is that insano low.
Yeah, I can be your friend. Just send me an email with a friend request. You can follow me on Instagram. Be your Instagram friend. Oh, I'm surprised I didn't get taken out on break even on that final third there on CO.
This is probably a better trade right here. Added one at 40. But we can't kill this open. There you go. Come on, Bears. Be somebody. Just one time in your miserable lives. All right, I'll take that one off. I have a better average now. So I'm working with this idea that is there is a lot of active selling going into this overnight low. And ES is also grinded down against this. I mean, it's It's really active selling. It keeps getting sold off and pops, which is fine. That's what it's supposed to do. Selling the market is not easy. So I'm just trying to get positioned below this weekly open. We are making lower lows out of this initial. I don't know if it's a squeeze or not, but it sure as hell felt like one. This could go check out the low a day, you would think. But maybe not. Maybe there is just an endless bid here at 700. Maybe this is right before a news candle. Makes me regret every decision I've ever made. You never know. But sorry, Jack, go ahead.
Sorry. How do I define trending? I'll show you how I define trending. This thing right here. This defines trending for me with a clear rule set. It is a 5 indicator based 3 time frame scan to determine a trend. And if so right now it scans 5, 30 and hourly. Of course, that can change intraday all the time, but my most opportune trades are going to be when this says bear, 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 bear. That's a trend. That's if I take a trade to the short side, my probability is a whole lot higher than when we just have a total mixed bag. Okay. This I electronically define trend.
Dutch. Yeah, dude. That's exactly how I feel. I feel like this is about to be a bajillion point candle against me. Because they're going to have to get out. Because that was a lot of selling down there. Yep, it got me. All right. We just selling the VWAP?
All right, I just got short YM. I still am in the package of new lows here.
Gross. Fair enough. Stupid market. Had to pop that. Stop. We try again. Phantom, it does feel like that sometimes. Fly here. Please stop buying 700. Whatever you do. No, I'm just kidding. Please keep making money. If this goes all the way back to fill the gap, I want you taking that loot to the bank.
All right. Let's get this first target off. Drop it a bit, actually.
1024. All right.
Oh, let me miss.
So that's fine. They got me twice. Surely it can't hold a 5th time, can it? Well, Shap, the way not to be afraid is very easy. You just have to size in a way that doesn't make you feel like you're going to die if the position goes against you. So I'm trading 2 MNQ at the moment, which is a comfortable way for me to take 3. I don't know. I'd say I took 1 full stop, 2 half stops so far on this idea. This overnight low is criminal.
Fee hands. I recommend CL. Maybe micro copper. MCL. MCL's just great ranges. Easy to size with. The contract's not too big. Like an MNQ is a pretty big contract. An MCL is not. I think it's like less than half the size. And I forgot what the exact math is. I did it the other day, but maybe a third the size of the MNQ. So you can scale out with multiple targets. I prefer multi-target trading unless we're in very aggressive trends in the indexes. If the indexes are just like flying higher, I'll go one time frame, but this is a hard market to not use multiple targets because of the back and forth. You'll find yourself in a winner, and then that winner will be a loser, and then you're pissed, and then you trade bad.
If this overnight low holds again, I'm going to eat this hat that's right behind me. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to chew this up live on stream right now.
What are you in NASDAQ? I'm about to fade you, Stowe. No, I'm just kidding.
Go ahead, buy it. Shit. No, it's worked for whoever bought it 8 times.
No, I'm short too. Wait, are you long or are you short?
No, I'm short. I'm
short too. I'm just short the Dow.
Nah, I mean it's a ton of bid, man. There's a ton of bid down here. Ain't nothing to it. It's active too. I mean,
I'm about to get that first target. Give me a first target. Come on now. Gotta love those jammer candles. Just a quick 5 minutes, 10 minutes of rallying to fake you out. CL still bidding. Should have added on that pullback, but whatever.
Flight here is flexing his long on me.
No, I'm not long.
No, Flight here. This dude in the chat he's a very good trader. He's long from 700.
I'm not listening to anything but Stowe. I don't listen to music and trade. I find it distracting. I don't need noise in my head.
I do. I'm listening to music. I will lose my damn mind without it. I've chosen quiet country jams this morning to help calm the environment.
That's called concentration. I do not scale in. I scale out. I did see that FU candle. I was that FU candle. I made it happen.
Phantom going crazy, bro. You might need to take a lap. You seem frustrated, man.
Dave, it's not a sub. It's just a one-time purchase right now. It will eventually be a sub, but it does include some of the indicators on my chart. Yes, it just not this bottom one. This ribbon, this ribbon on the bottom. So like this is what I like to see. This just says 60%. And then like you can see the Dow here, the ribbon, it's a little hidden, but it says minus 87%. I want to be on the side of the ribbon, ideally. And then it'll also like bearish bull, like these bull here, bear. So like I like to trade on the color, whatever color these are. These are green, these are red. You'll find me on the side of that. Anytime I'm fading those, it's usually not a good idea. Not going to say it never works, but it doesn't really work that well a lot of time. But yeah, so it'll include, dude, it includes a lot of stuff. Honestly, it's sell it to your mother. Like it's great. You're not going to be displeased. And if you are,
I added there at 40.
Yeah, we got about 1 point from my target and then decided to jump.
Still active. Tape turning.
What's the play for open like this? What do you mean by that? Like a jumpy open, huge gap down, maybe wait. I think if you're uncertain about the open, you wait 25 minutes, you wait till 9:55, and then you just trade how you trade. Let that, those big gap downs, I hate big gaps. Like you got to go a little far above or below because, you get those big opens, scares everybody. I mean, that was just a bull trap off the open. I mean, short inventory all night long, covering into the open, gives some relief, and then instantly, guess what? Price back to the downside. There is no continuation of buyers at this point in time. Like we made a high and then we've just fallen back down. We have not taken out that swing high. If we were to take out these swing highs, like look at CL trending, going up, moving right. Okay. Then look at the indexes. Are the indexes trending up? No, they're not.
Took one. So I went from one lot to 3 down to 2. Oh, for crying out loud. Ha ha ha.
All right, here comes my first target in YM. Give it to me. And then my final targets in CL look like they're coming up too. I think we're going to start seeing that. The closer CL gets to $100, the more that correlation is going to begin, where we have, the inverse correlation of the index oil markets. Fill up Friday just in case something happens crazy over the weekend. Usually bombs like to fly while we're all out drinking.
Ha ha!
That's what they do. They only bomb hard on the weekend. Like they're going to bomb. Like they wait for the weekend.
We got him, chat. Woo! That was a lot of work. Drag this baby in profit. No IB low run in ES yet. Jack, you had to have hit your target there, right?
Dude, no, they're just teasing me. I'm like 1 point away in the YM, which is like one tick, basically. Ticks are points in the YM. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I do. Yes, I
think
do.
they know I'm there. They know I'm there.
When I was trading YM, it just used a lot of round numbers, 50s and zeros. It was just a very, very dumb market for me. It would either run those by a little bit in reverse, or I never used run those by a little bit in reverse, or I never used order flow because I could never find any that functioned well with it.
Here we go. All right, give me my buck here in CL now too.
Oh, sure. Am I back? Kevin literally pulled my face off the internet. That's how much he wants to make sure that I know that he plays the songs that he wants to play. Ice Ice Baby. It wasn't even the Tom Petty song I asked for. Can we get Breakdown? Yoink. Yeah, they have like the oldie timey cane, and they just yank me off the stage. Thank you, Hassan. Thank you. It was annoying. It took took 3 tries. Good. I'm glad they didn't freeze me like picking my nose. That's my greatest fear, that my camera is going to freeze on a moment where I'm making a ridiculous face.
That'd be good.
Probably happens a lot.
Sometimes I look up at my face. I'm like, wow, I look absolutely stupid.
Yeah.
It's like my jaw
Same.
is down. I'm just like just concentrating on 4 screens and 6,000 numbers going across. Ooh, poor low. Good suggestion. I thought they had that.
Stopped.
My no expression is an expression, though. That's the thing. I'm like, oh, wait, I'm on camera. I look, I'm not a good camera guy. Well, unless you forget you're being filmed. You know what I'm saying? You're just like doing your thing. Like, I'm just scanning so many things. Man, we are kind of just doing nothing here. I'm thinking we need a little bit of a sweep higher. No, not a sweep higher. Maybe like a retest. I don't know.
I got in again.
Yeah. There's nothing to change my opinion here, but
ES is playing much nicer. Should just be over there. ES is just selling its RTH VWAP over and over again.
Over and over. Yeah, I think I'm gonna a little like weary of doing anything nuts here. Who's driving these nuts right now?
Arg.
Somebody is
52.25 is a skipped guy.
It's kind of a no man's land for me at this point.
Ooh. There's a yes catching a major bid.
Yeah, I might actually just sell this yes here. $66.25. No long on gold. I don't got it on my screen right now, but it is not, at least earlier wasn't. Yeah, I wouldn't long gold here. It's just not, I don't like the structure right now. I'd need to see gold back above 40.88s and then look for pullbacks or the session close. Nope. Like around 2 o'clock. There's nothing really interesting for me long gold currently. Like we have not taken out a swing high at all since the highs of yesterday. We have not taken out a swing high. We just lower highs. I don't like to buy things that have been consistently making lower highs. Anyway, just got short the ES there. Give me that top tick, mama.
I've been trying.
I tighten up my stop in the MYM. Dude, if I can top tick that, that's all that ES needed, that bill. I keep moving things around.
Hold on, my orders are being weird. Was that just long?
Drop it like it's hot. Instant first target. That's what we call. That's what we call. Let's go. Come on, quick 11 points, baby. That was like 3 minutes.
That was weird.
Precision. I don't even look at that. You want me to film me? Boom. 2 minutes, 11 points. All that dilly-dallying around, you gotta wait. And then you bust out the scope and snipe it. Call me the trend scanner.
I'm not gonna call you that.
What are you gonna call me though? Jack?
Just Jack, probably.
Call me Jackie. Call me Jackie. So maybe we get the wig out. Dude, I'm high on life. It is way too early in the morning to do drugs, so I am sober. I did have a coffee though. I mean, come on. Look at that. I literally entered the market. We're just falling out of bed now. We're just sitting. Look at that. Look at that entry. Yeah. I put my chart on a 1 minute.
Why are you trying to jinx this short right now?
Dude, I am not
trying to summon the bulls?
I am the short.
Can we at least get to the IB low and ES before we touchdown dance, please?
We're going. That's all we needed. You want to see what's in this cup, huh? Coffee. I did put sugar in it. 1 full tablespoon.
There you go. Now it's mad.
Gotta drop this PP1 down.
Is anybody? There's some guys at 40, I guess. I would like to see some more targets down there, but they're not.
Yeah,
really
we're about to
doing
get this low. I'm actually moving my target down a bit. So if we could take out that low, might as well be down there.
Let's see. We got 45 minutes till your London
No
closes.
stevia. Stevia's for people who are over 50. I'm kidding. If you have stevia in your house, you are an onk. Like whatever. If you're doing Diet Coke, sure. But if you literally have stevia packets, onk.
I remember my grandpa would always use Equal. Does that still exist?
Yeah, definitely. At the diner, for sure.
Yeah.
Gramps loved a good diner.
Still whisper to it. Whisper to it. Go lower. I don't want to talk to it because it doesn't like when I root for it to go lower. So I'm trying. I'm trying to use my powers for good here so we can take the slow out. NQ's doing its thing.
What's the thing doing? What are the numbers that look like? Are we like, do we got that 1,000 guy there?
We don't. He's gone, baby. He is pieced out.
We're gonna do ASMR trading.
The only thing we have is like 127 dudes at 40. But it's still very heavy. I can see it pulling back to overnight low. What am I trying to do here?
Yeah, I like when my insulin spikes. Feels good. Dude, how am I not out of the CL trade? This has been insane. I've been in this sucker forever. I'll move my stop up though. What was popular during my time at family office? Well, you see, my boss was an alcoholic billionaire. So what would happen was he would stay up all night drinking vodka Red Bulls, lose hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I would show up to work the next day and he'd tell me to make it back.
Huh?
And I'd make it back. And then he'd do it again. And then I'd make it back. So there really wasn't a lot of structure at that job.
That sounds terrible. That sounds like a
pretty wild,
total nightmare.
Pretty wild job. Can't name his name, but yeah, he had if you couldn't imagine, he had inherited the money.
Was he on the sugar-free Red Bulls or was he just straight?
I think he was doing sugar-free Red Bulls.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm just making
sure.
He
just had loaded guns everywhere. I was like, this is like, dude, I'm talking like in his house, like just like 30. There'd just be like paper towels and then like a 45 loaded, no safety. And you're like, why is that there? Like he'd go to the bathroom, pump a thing of soap, and it'd be like just a shotgun. Part of the reason that was he was extremely paranoid because his dad's business partner got his head blown off with a shotgun. So yeah, it was just one of those eccentric billionaire experience things.
Why does everybody from Chicago have a story about somebody getting their head blown off?
Well, just because we're from Chicago. Yeah, I did not desire his life or envy him whatsoever.
He has rejected his open. Got some. You're saying there's a chance.
Well, he wasn't from Chicago, but it's a different city.
Oh, okay.
He's Austin, dude. I've only seen a few people getting shot. Dude, I'm worried about a little bit of a sweep. All right, here we go on this freaking CL. Let's bring that into view because that looks like it's finally going to hit its target. She been milking me, milking my patience. Yeah, see, when you work on commission of a book and your boss loses all the money you make hammered, it's really not a profitable job. At some point, it becomes fruitless. You're like, listen, dude, I've easily made you $5 million. However, you have somehow lost $5 million. So this whole commission paid on the book is really getting hard. I think I need to take your login away.
I would say nobody taught me how to trade, but also everybody taught me how to trade, if that makes any
there
sense.
we go.
Answer your question.
Seal hit. Seal target hit.
NQ is trying for you, dude. I guess the Dow needs to crack something.
No. Billionaires don't go to prison. I'm not sure if you knew that, but yeah, so he is not in prison. I don't know where he is. He's married with kids. Probably got a hold of his drinking problem, I imagine, at some point. And
breaking.
He's heavily invested in oil, so I'm sure he's absolutely raking it in right now, wherever he is.
Come on.
I really didn't learn a lot. I'm going to be completely honest. I really didn't learn a lot there. It was me and another guy, and we were the only traders. The rest of them were like, like private, there's like private deals and stuff. But we had a Bloomberg terminal. It felt cool. But like, at no point in the time were we're surrounded by, like, we were the smartest guys in the room when it came to trading. At least there was definitely some sharp finance, like sophisticated finance. I don't know anything about finance, to be completely honest. Like, if you asked me to look at a balance sheet, I'd be like, what? Look at a what? How do I do that?
Lulu Hawk, I would disagree. I do not think the NQ selling is weak. This is actually what you would want to see. This is gradual selling. Any sort of selling or buying that is extreme, like a quick drop or a quick squeeze. I mean, this is a good example of it right here. Like this set of candles, zip, after it cracked that low, this is a bunch of people getting out. I mean, those are all market orders. Nice. There you go. Lower. We can get to 56 now. This gets really carried away. I want to see this do constructive selling if I want to stay in this trade. And constructive selling looks like that. Slowly grinding down because there's bid. I mean, the market goes up. There's going to be people buying this thing down here. So
go Harali. If you move to Chicago, I don't know. I'd have to meet you first, but you can shoot me an email. I do occasionally do mentorships, but they typically start online, not like come sit in my house with me. But I can teach you enough over the internet to get you started, and then we can take it from there.
I'll get out here.
The problem was Trevor Milton was only a billionaire on paper. He never actually, and I'm pretty sure he wouldn't even be a billionaire now because his company was, and he was a billionaire. If you make your billions committing fraud, you're going to jail. However, if you make billions and then you start committing crimes, you're probably good. I think that's the rule. Like, you have to make the billion first. Like, you can't do it fraudulently because then it technically never gave you that protection.
Thank you, Apple Butter. Not too bad. Yeah, Jack, Omni is a powerlifting coach. You could get into powerlifting if you felt like it. You feel like doing that?
I'm more of an aesthetic guy. But I think it's it's definitely better to be able to lift heavy things than not, right?
I would agree.
My powerlifting usually extends of like helping my parents lift heavy things at their home. Like, that's the extent of my powerlifting. Like, oh, you need me to wheelbarrow 3,000 pounds of sand to your beach? Okay, sure, Dad. I have a free weekend for you. My email is contact@startuptrading.com.
Sorry to hear that, Inferno.
I bet you are shredded. If you excel in any type of lifting, strong man. All right, I'm trying to like add to my shorts here in the Russell, but like I'm not getting a fill. I got to order at 52.3. I might just start dragging it down.
Oh, my lifts are going good, Omni. Thanks. Yeah, add and wait. The thing's working. It's pretty fun.
Dude, what is going on here? Like, why? Okay, oil is still moving. I'm wondering how I'm going to get back in now. All right, let's get this new low in the ES. We were just like chilling on it. Yeah, I can't. Tesla's getting annihilated, huh? Yeah, it's harder to kill. It's a very good thing, especially when you live in Chicago. When I was entering my home Saturday night, there was some people smoking I'll refer to as a doobie on my entranceway. And they're like, please don't call the police on us. I was like, whatever, just clean up this mess and I won't complain. It's kind of stuff we have to deal with.
Were their names Cheech and Chong?
I don't think their names are Cheech and Chong, but they're
doobie.
Their names were probably Darius and something else. But yeah, they're like, and the guy's like, do you smoke? I'm like, actually, I don't. I was like, I will just be paranoid in my bed. Just heavily breathing. It's legal, but like in private. You can't just go around doing stuff. You got to do it in the comfort of your own home.
What's my favorite quote from a stock market movie? I will probably butcher the quote, but it is, we are selling an asset to willing buyers at a fair market value. I believe margin call to be the greatest stock market.
Is that Ryan Gosling, aka?
No.
Who quotes that?
That's in Margin Call. I can't remember that actor's name.
Which guy was it?
It's the guy that owns the company. What's that actor's name?
Jeremy Irons. Looks like everyone has got the I've moved my stop.
Jeremy Irons, thank you.
Last swing high here in the ES. We're completing some pretty big targets that I have in CL. Doesn't mean that we're going to back off because this thing is just looking. I'm telling you, the thing is trading like a choo-choo train right now. Like CL is just bid. That is an absolute, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, but like oil, the people in the know are in the know in the oil market. Like if something's going to happen, the oil traders, the big boys, they know. They get the phone call. Okay, so when oil moves, somebody knows something. Absolutely. I got a friend named John Darius.
That ES low looks like garbage. You should go get that 40 guy at some point. Let me pull this high time frame up, see where we're actually at. Previous month down there at 420.
Good morning.
Well.
Good morning.
Hi, friends.
Look who it is. How
Look
are
who
you?
it is. I should say that to you. The man who falls asleep reading a bedtime story in his toddler's bed.
Dude, I felt like the oldest
doesn't
man.
hang out with his friends.
I woke
happened?
up. Have you ever I woke up with the book like on
So I was
me.
like, where am I?
I have only done that for like the middle of the night wakes where it's like I'm like rocking her and then I pass out in the chair and then wake up at 6 a.m. like in a panic with her on me, but that's about it.
Yeah, man. It was funny. Shit. You know, it was also funny. I fell asleep before she did. And we were in my bed because she wanted to, I forget why. Oh, Rusty was in there. So we were sleeping. I was reading her the book. I'm like, yeah, you can sleep in here. That's fine. And I fell asleep before she did. That turkey turned on the TV and I woke up to Phineas and Ferb on the TV. So she had a little party for herself after Dad passed out reading the Hobbits.
You know what? I don't blame her. She's like, Dad's asleep. I got a good story. The cat's good too. I'm gonna watch some TV.
Yeah, she was partying, man.
The things a 6-year-old's gonna do.
But no, so I went. Yeah, I was like, all right, I'm gonna get the kid to sleep. I'm gonna go stream with my friends, and then I wake up wearing a giant Hobbit book, and we have like a big Hobbit book too. It's like it's a big hardcover. It's got drawings and stuff. So I'm wearing the Hobbit book. Phineas and Ferb, if you don't know, is a loud show. So it's blaring in the background. Yeah.
I'm glad
Such a
to
good
hear
show,
you're
though.
back to sleeping. I know
Yeah,
you were
me
having
too.
some trouble, so
Yes, I was. Yes.
sounds like it's getting a little too easy for you.
too easy. Yeah.
You just need to read more books.
All right, just got my first target off here in the Russell, and about to get my final target off here in the.
Wait, you're short
Yes.
the Russell too?
Yeah, I was
good.
long
Sorry.
oil. Here's my. Oh, actually, my screen's not showing. Never mind.
I'm
But
looking
yeah,
at it now.
Yeah, I just
Dude.
took that.
I've been in this short for a while, and the Russell just won't budge.
I top
Yesterday,
ticked. Yes, Salma, my entry was so sick. I entered. I don't know if you're looking at my chart in the background, but I entered on
Let
that
me see.
1 minute high, and just like was like literally one tick from the high. I was like, we've been
all
going down.
right. So
still.
Jack's buying us lunch.
Yes.
Coming to Chicago. I got you.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll be there.
I'll see you in October, buddy.
G. Carter,
Yeah.
we'll tell that story later. Everybody have a good day. I'm out of here. I got
Oh, yeah,
things
me
to
too.
do.
Stowe,
And,
you can stay.
Stick around for
Bye,
these
guys.
two.
You want me to
Bye,
stay?
guys.
I kind of
Nah.
should
I
stay.
owe it to production. You want me to mess up your setup you got going on, or you need me to bounce?
You can
They're like,
stay.
bro, Stowe, get out of here.
Yeah.
Bye
They're like, bye-bye.
Bye, buddy.
Later.
Ciao.
Classic.
Nick, I don't think Jack's gonna be in Chicago in
Oh,
October.
right. We talked about this when Jack and I did mid-market. He's going elk hunting.
Elk hunting.
And I don't blame him because if you know anything about that, if you get a tag out of state, you kind of don't bail on that because they're not easy to get for non-residents.
Yeah, I didn't
especially for
realize
an elk.
I didn't realize how there's so many moving parts and
A lot of
you
times it's
can
out of state. It's an expensive raffle ticket, Salma. Like you've got to buy a raffle ticket every year. It could be a couple $100, whatever it is. It could be more. And then that just enters you. And if you get it, you got to pay for the tag, which is also expensive.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday during Trade the Close, and we must have spent about like 45 minutes talking about elk hunting. The chat
so we
apparently
won't
knows
rehash
so
for
much.
the chat.
No, chat knows so much about this hunting thing. And here I was so clueless. I'm like, okay, why does one do this? Where's the fun in this?
If you like to cook, if you enjoy wild game, like it is really cool to like stock your fridge and freezers and cook that way. Recreationally, there's a lot of reasons. Like we could get into that full.
So I take it you've
conservation
done it
things
as
too.
well.
I do. I've never had an elk. Never gotten to do that one. Just deer and like feral hogs and things like that. But
Yeah, I mean, I want to say it's cool, but I don't know. I guess chat loves it. See, look, they're all about this elk thing.
I know everyone's get the press secretary about to speak. Frank, yes, I will figure out how the boys and I want to share it wider on X or wherever. But yeah, we'll get it out there. I never shared a public link to it yet, so we will do that. Good morning, chat, though. I hope everybody's had a wonderful trading day. A little bit of violence today, coming off the Mag 7 earnings, as well as whatever's going on in bond land.
So, did you catch any good trades?
I took one short. It just, Salma, I don't know if you were trading like ES or NQ, but like this was obnoxious. I got trailed out and then tried to re-enter and then got trailed out again around the week open like 3 times. So I haven't done anything since. And I was building a website for somebody as a side business thing. So then I was like, I'm just kind of being chopped up. So after the first like 30 minutes of that happening, I was kind of over it and just doing some other work. So now we'll see. This is getting a little spicy to the downside. The next area I'm kind of watching is obviously going to take out last week's low, but after that, it gets a little spicy. If you were to lose that, I mean, I don't even have my days to load, but it's a pretty big volume, like what I would call a void on the longer time frame, to find some decent structure. If you lose last week's low, lose 28,000, it can get a little fun. Not saying we're going to do that today, but setting up to see how the week closes, it could be interesting tomorrow.
Yeah, I made the mistake of not getting into ES, and instead I got into the Russell, and for whatever damn reason, the Russell was being super, super stubborn. And, yesterday, Russell was the reason we kind of had that like midday, end of the day dump, that drop that we had. Russell was the weakest one. And of course, today it is the most stubborn and the strongest. So I made the mistake of shorting that. And I've been kind of sitting in this trade for a while, but now it's starting to move. So pretty happy about that. And I'm also in a gold short as well. Love to see us go lower.
Nice.
I need the Russell to play a little bit of catch up.
Yeah, Rusty's is holding up remarkably well. Oils all week, it just seems to make another move up and just leave everybody kind of off sides. I mean, I don't know why you'd be trying to short it at all. And anyone that was trying to short it, I think above like 72 when I was doing my plan for the week like 2 weeks ago, it didn't make a whole lot of sense with whatever airstrikes and things that were going on. And the Strait still being closed. This has just been a kind of a wild tape this week, with the exception of the indices. This is a great example of sometimes, I know we're moving today, but why it makes sense to do what Salma's doing. Trade some gold, trade some Rusty.
Yeah, gold's been really moving. I mean, that was something we were speaking about in the Discord, in the Ninja Discord.
Yeah, how's it going in there? I've been lurking randomly. Chat,
don't
are
lurk,
you all in the
take
Discord?
Part. Don't lurk. Take part in the fun.
I'm a busy man sometimes, but I have been poking my head in every once in a while. I was listening to Deli and AJ's thing. But yeah, I got my like contributor role, so that was fun.
It cracked me up how Deli was like, "We're gonna ask Claude some questions to ask you." Like, Deli cracked me up.
That was good.
No, it was cool. It was like the whole gang tuned into that.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone from the network, I felt like was tuned in. It's good. Guys, if you're not already in the Discord, do yourself a favor and come on in and chit chat. Don't be like Nick, who just lurks.
I'm in too many Discords as it is.
But this is a priority for me.
Like, there's probably like 10 or 15 that I literally had to move into a folder because I don't even know why I'm in them anymore.
I know. I have a bunch of folders. Yeah. And you can change the color of the folders as well. Did you know that?
No, I did not. Shows you how
the more you know.
I'm a big Discord guy.
You right click the folder and it gives you a folder settings, and you can name the folder as well as give it a color. So there you go.
This is why the smart people behind the scenes at NT Live made Salma a moderator in Discord.
Well, I
not me.
Nah, I volunteered. They said
Well,
if you guys want to volunteer, you chose not to.
If I had volunteered, I would have been demoted back to just a live contributor or something because I barely know what I'm doing. I've been trying to find a place to get long since we made this like next leg down, and they just haven't given me it. It's like I had to get apparently short, sorry, not long, to get in on the trend to the downside. Like I had to get out, I guess, get on the week open, which I was, but then it would come back and stop me out on my runners. Like this has been a kind of a brutal session to try to jump in short unless you were able to, do it from the top ropes
shorts,
up at the 800s.
Yeah, I agree. But ESNQ still sliding.
Mm-hmm.
And come on, Rusty, you can do it too. And tying up stops though. But stops at break even. Okay, we're good. What's up, chat?
Oh, someone asked me what does feral hog taste like? I don't know. I'm not somebody that handles wild game. I wouldn't eat a lot of the feral hogs here in North Texas. You don't know what they're so invasive. They eat garbage. They destroy a lot of things. I don't know if I would want one here. If you're in hill country, that's a different story. But when they're roaming through the suburbs, no, thank you. They're eating people's trash.
Do you have a target of where you think NQ can drop from here? Maybe previous week low, or is that a little too far down? I think if this selling pressure continues to be heavy, then we could see that. Oh, hello. Hey.
What do I look for to go long for a reversal? I mean, right here, not much. This is, oops, I gotta even enhance my chart here. Like we're puking lower. You got yields moving up, or I guess now they've come off their highs a little bit. But yeah, this is just me trying to find a pullback potentially to get short. There's not a whole lot of outside of the 420 guy down here, of course. Not an area I really would want to catch this unless we start to base and build a little bit. This is like the ATR low here that I'm like the first one, like right around the 500s. And you're seeing obviously some resistance coming in, probably right around whatever that algorithmic spot is. But I don't want to knife catch this just yet. I was kind of waiting to see if we were going to come back up towards like the 660s, 640s to give me a chance to get in on this short. But there hasn't been a great spot to jump into this.
Yeah, it's been tough. You're either chasing this or you're missing out if you aren't already in from, like you said. What did you say, the 800s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been where I would have loved to potentially jump in. How come Nick isn't in a trade? You guys know I only take like 3 trades a year, according to the chat. So I was. You guys could have watched me get chopped up trying to manage runners in the opening range with whatever that shenanigans was of 100-point 5-minute candles.
He was too busy making a website, guys.
I was. I told you guys. My Ethernet friend, we're doing a trade. I'm buying the new equipment and I am rebuilding his website, and it's beautiful. I thought it was a fair trade for the labor. I also just did SEO optimization and a bunch of other things for him that he didn't ask for. So should actually help him. Built him a back-end portal. Built him a lightweight CRM that manage it from his phone. Really cool stuff.
You're just doing this for fun?
Well, in exchange for him installing all new Ethernet and routers, like a ceiling mounted mesh system for my internet.
Mm-hmm.
So all my, instead of having like an Eero system or like an actual mesh, like powered by electricity, these are powered by through Ethernet. So it's just a newer, more efficient way to do it. And it'll really beef up the speed in my office going forward.
All right. That's a good trade-off.
I know most agencies would have probably charged him like 5 to 10 grand to do this. And he, for a couple grand for labor for him to go through the crawl space and cut drywall and route cable. I thought it was a fair trade, to be honest. I bought the equipment,
that's solid.
And he's doing the labor for free, and I'm building the website for free.
There you go.
SEO stuff. I mean, that's where agencies just like rip people off. It's not complicated to do it yourself. If you do a Google search on how these algorithms for Google and now even the AI chatbots, how they pull small businesses and things from maps and all the other stuff. It changes constantly, but if you're a small business owner, it's a way you could just keep staying ahead of it just by doing a quick search maybe once a quarter on how they're reading it currently.
I take it chat already knows you were looking to do this.
Yeah, we did this bit but it made sense once I talked to him and I saw his website, why it took this guy. The guy actually wanted to do the job because his website was that bad, but why it took him like a week and a half to get back to me after I called, left a voicemail, emailed him, like all of that stuff. So I think this will shorten his time to actually reach out to customers to win more bids. I think this could actually help him dramatically. And I even built him a back end so that he doesn't have to touch the code. Like I built him text boxes for all of like everything is like a very simple like drag and drop interface going forward. If he wants to edit text on it, everything is like quickly editable for him on a back end portal. Changing images, changing, all different copy on his website. So he can manage it himself. I'm going to host it for a year for free. And then he can transfer it wherever he wants, or, you charge him $100 for my hosting fee, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Well, chat loves this talk too. Chat, you guys are always so interested in all the different subjects.
But when you guys ask, like, what did Nick used to do before he was trading full time? This is like the most like 101 level of stuff I used to do. Like this goes back to stuff I was doing like shortly after college for people, for small businesses. And, before I started, I guess, working for more enterprise size companies and having much more complex problems. Like these were very simple conversations that you're having with small to mid-market businesses where it's like, this is not revolutionary bottlenecks in their business, but they are things that are stifling growth and revenue for them.
Inferno, just walk away from the screens. Call it a day.
Yeah, there was
Don't dig yourself.
Buyer.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was gonna say there was a buyer that came in like right at 500. You guys see that very large little 500 lot or so? That was right here, this little node of volume that came in. So there was somebody there, and that is like the ATR low today, technically. So at least a simple amount of resistance there. I'm curious to see, do we kind of come back up to like 550s, 560s? Maybe there's a reoffer spot there. If we're going to continue lower, probably to 420s, I would imagine, before we really get a place to potentially pause. Hello, Salma. Are we going to zero?
Bro, maybe. Magic April says maybe.
Salma, what's your gold target?
I want 31 on gold and then 24. 24 being that monthly
Nice.
open. Yeah. Do you think Nasdaq can sweep previous week low?
I would love to see that. But I think I'm more
I knew
curious.
there was a but.
I would love to see it. I'm more curious. Do we close above or below it this week? If we close anywhere near 29,000, I mean, I don't believe. Sorry, anywhere inside of like 28,600s, I would say. I'm not quite believing the sellers just yet. But a close below 28K, that's interesting because, as I said, that structure, I don't have my days to load or I would show you, but you could look at it on TradingView or any long time frame chart. There's not great structure below that. So I would hope for everybody, we can hold that spot. If not, we probably get a decent little correction a little bit lower to find some volume to lean on, some structure to lean on, to cool off from whatever this consolidation was. And seeing how we've been balancing for like 2 months at the all-time highs, basically, I would take it seriously if once we do finally break that range in theory.
Interesting. What do you think of July's price action?
I mean, Salma, I think I've been streaming on YouTube a little longer than you have at this point. Into the void. I historically curse the name that is summer trading.
July. Oh, okay. Yeah, summer
especially
as a whole.
July. Like I had done bits last summer that I was just going to become a part-time lifeguard at a local pool because I needed something else to fill my day.
Bro,
because that's how bad it was. It was very similar to this, where we were just kind of range bound at the all-time highs. And that was after Liberation Day, like ripping us up. So we had great price action and then it just died and it stalled and it was not fun to sit at the charts. I know people love it. Actually, as much as there's been like range compression, there's been some decent trading days. There's been some good ranges to kind of lean the edges into, as we've seen several times. And if you just kept it simple, like just play this as a balance range, 29K, you're looking for longs like the last few weeks. I know we're still on like half charts here, but if you were like leaning into this little box that basically has been here and playing the edges of it, like that's pretty simple, smooth brain type trading. But I know that's not everyone's favorite tape to potentially trade, because you kind of have to be patient and wait and have a slightly more longer time frame mindset than maybe I'm going to be in this trade for the next 30 seconds like some of us do.
Mm-hmm.
But I hate summer trading.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Although, I guess Chris likes July's price action. I, on the other hand, felt like July has been hell, and we're not even done with July. We still have one more week of this, and to me, this has just been, really, really sucky price action for me as a trader, right? There's people I'm sure in the chat who have been loving this, but I really enjoyed June's price action. I felt like June really gave for my edge. Ooh, okay, this is nice. What's happening, guys?
Oh, there we go. Oh, hey, who remembers before I started my rant there, I was like, maybe we look at like the 560s for a spot to reoffer for NQ. Well, there it is, guys. You're welcome. Anyone that took that.
No, please continue. This came, please drop it.
That
my
was,
RTY
I was not
target.
even paying attention. The White House's press conference.
Bro, no way they come 5 ticks to my first trim and then start bouncing. No. All right. Well, I lost my train of thought about what I was saying before this candle happened, guys. So there's that.
I mean, that was all the pullback it gets. Fiber optic, congratulations. I'm glad somebody took the 560 short. I mean, ES, like to the tick, I think tagged XY's little 9 EMA. I think you used the 9 EMA too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it looks like ES was right there for that reoffer too.
Yeah, the 9 EMA is so good. I don't know why 9 over 8 or 10. Don't ask me that, but it works for what I needed to do. So you said some people like July, but you love June. Yeah, June's price action was awesome. It worked out for worked out more so for, my strategy. I had better reads in June. I felt like in July I've been, struggling a bit more. It's been a bit more difficult trying to get a read in the morning when you have, the indices doing different things from each other. It's just been a little bit more tough. And crude is really pushing here too. Wow. June was good, bro. Yeah, bro. It was good. Yeah, the DLY, I figured. I figured. Thanks for clarifying, though. Come on down. Bro. Turbo. Smart Trade Paolo, I would say that I am more so a price action trader, and I prefer to trade reversals more so than I do continuations. I feel I'm just better at that. And actually, I'm a better continuation trader when it's to the downside. So yeah, I would just describe myself as a price action trader paired with like key levels. There's no real description that I can slap onto my strategy. No order flow, no ICT, nothing like that. Just a bunch of random things put together. It's like a potluck.
Jerry, update on the leg to leg. I think we said mid-July. I think it's close. I don't know if Leo's in the chat. I don't think he is. But I'll double check. I know it's coming because we had talked about lanes that we're gonna, release it and put it out there, and access and links and all the other fun stuff. So I know it's just about there.
Guys, chat, what do you call, Nick, help me out with this. What do you call when you just like make a bunch of food and put it together? I said potluck, and that's not the right word.
Potluck would be like where everybody
everybody
makes
brings
a single
something.
item and brings it.
What do you call it? Like when you just, there's the word. Oh God, I can't.
A buffet?
No, not a buffet. Someone in chat, help me out.
A feast?
Not a feast. No, Italian guy.
A smorgasbord?
All right. Okay, that's how I would describe like my trading strategy. Yeah, it's just like a bunch of different stuff put together, and it just
a hodgepodge. That might be a good one.
All right, cool. I've never heard of any of these words.
You've never heard of some of these? A smorgasbord, a hodgepodge?
No. Bro, when Anthony said it in chat, I didn't even know how to pronounce that. Wow. Yeah, chat, you guys are awake. No, there's a word for it. I gotta
I don't know what word you're
it's like, when your mom would just try and put random stuff together to call it a meal, and it's just like stuff that doesn't make sense, but it works. Just know what I'm talking about.
A mishmash, yeah, Stowe. That would be another one.
Okay, I like mishmash.
A cornucopia. Guys.
Well, I got a lot of words here.
That is, in fact, a culinary skill of just being able to open your fridge and make something, an actual true meal with more than like one thing and some sides with just whatever you got. And kind of, I possess that skill.
I do too. But like, I don't cook.
Really struggle with it.
I just mix random stuff together all the time. All the time. I'm not even gonna talk about it on live because you guys are gonna start yucking my yum, and we're not having that. So I got some.
What is happening, chat? Everyone's just saying random words now.
Bro, no, this is good, but none of them are the word that I'm looking for. Oh, it's like at the tip of my tongue and I can't figure it out. I even tried looking it up.
Mr. Market, I think that's called the seafood app. To make Stowe laugh, probably in the chat, or anyone else that knows that reference.
You sure it's a word in English? Yeah, bro, it is. Yeah. You guys are making me laugh. Oh, God.
Cornucopia? I think it's trade copia.
Ask my mom. My mom wouldn't know what I'm referring to. All right, but okay, chat. Now that I have all of your attention, that is how I would describe my trading strategy. We did all this just to come to this point.
Hobo skillet? What? In college, we used to call that like poor man's food, where you would just like take a bunch of remotely healthy things like vegetables, like sweet potato, like grilled chicken and things, and just kind of literally mix it together for protein, calories, and because the total cost of it, like rice, was probably like $2 for a pretty big serving.
Bro, you know what I wish I could do right now? I wish I could phone a friend, because I feel if I can make a phone call, I can figure out the word. They would help me out. All right, you guys got to stop though, because I feel like I'm smiling too much and my cheeks are starting to hurt. Describe it better? Bro, that's the best way I could describe it is just like you're mixing a bunch of stuff together and then you call it dinner, and it works. And it satisfies the hunger. That's all. That's the only way I could describe it. You're not correct. Casserole is not the word, but all right. Mr. Market says next. All right, you guys are bored of this. I get it. We got first trim on the Russell, guys. Thank God. From now on, when someone says, Salma, describe your trading strategy, I'm just going to use mishmash. Just a bunch of mishmash. There's something weird being cooked at your house. Bro, I'm dead.
Can we just like take out 420 guy and then decide what we're going to do? Or 380s maybe?
Or 408. Stowe says Salma trolled the whole chat with a word that doesn't exist. Mad respect.
He did.
Bro.
He got all of us.
You all got. All right, nice move in GC as well.
Euro close came and went. I kind of want to short like 500s for the inevitable trip to 420, 408s.
Where would you short it from?
Like 500s ish here, or maybe 510s. It might be an aggressive entry, but I don't know if I'm going to get another shot this AM for that trip. If not, I mean, we may just roll up, but I have a hard time believing we're not going to take out last week's low.
You think so? Think they'll just leave it like that?
No, that would be horrifying to me.
That would suck, yeah.
So yeah, we kind of watch this little on the swing leg here, like the top of that last little push and this little LVN that kind of built right here, as well as that big order that came in around 500 to the buy side. Maybe someone closing. I know that was like the June lows were kind of over here. So yeah, they very much could just make me very, very angry by not taking out 420, 408s. But there's a decent risk reward if this doesn't get a super silly push back up towards like 580s right here. This could be the, a very easy like 100-point trade where you kind of know if you're wrong. If we build this, it'll probably shoot up towards 600s again.
Yeah, the previous 5-minute candle on ES pretty strong. I mean, what was that? Almost 15 points.
Yep. But yeah, this is that little spot. So I'm just kind of watching. Yep.
Oh, she is speaking, by the way.
There's a guy at 511. Oh no, come on, really? And they're gonna press it. Oh, you're posting live news. You're very talented. I can't chime into the YouTube chat as I'm on stream, as I'm watching price action. I'm just not good at that.
Bro, I was chatting yesterday.
I have bots to do these things, Salma. Like I make them moderate.
I am the bot,
for me.
Nick.
Well, I have automated that part of my life.
What's it called? Yesterday I was on stream. I was in the Discord server. I was literally talking to you guys live, and I was talking to people in the server, and they're all like, "How are you doing this?"
You're very talented.
It's my forte. Yeah, there you go. My Cabbage says she's also chatting on Discord. Yep, this is true. It's that SpongeBob GIF, guys, where he's just doing a million different things. That's me. Don't come at me for saying GIF.
No, wow, okay, yep, that's what I wanted to see. So that was the feeler, and they're just going to keep pushing this higher. Is it GIF or GIF? It's GIF. It's GIF.
You're a GIFer too?
It's peanut butter, yes.
Oh my God, Nick. I knew. Are all the other guys GIFs too? Because I don't think so. I think they were trying to correct me before.
It is GIF.
All right. Nick just earned some brownie points. It was always GIF. Yeah, I agree. Like, what are they saying that's pushing us right now? How are brownie points redeemed? They're not. Mr. Monopoly, is that one of Pax's levels? Iran ready to negotiate? No, they're not. Don't fall for this. Market, this is do not fall for it. He just got done saying that he's considering a massive attack. For what? Iran ready to negotiate, Iran not ready to make a deal. What does that even mean? Stall tactics. Yeah, Grumpy. I like the name, Grumpy.
Are we really talking again?
But I don't get it. In the same breath, he's saying they're ready to negotiate, and then they're not ready to make a deal.
Because the market's down 2%.
Bro, just let us.
The market's down 2%. Yields are doing yield things. Yes, and it's also Axios, as Tracy just said. So that's like worse than me citing things I found with AI. So
you would think though, like at one point, the market would stop reacting to them, and nope.
I literally think they just see headlines. They don't see who said what.
Yeah. The people at Axios, I hope your pillow is hot on both sides tonight. How's that, guys? Is that like not one of the worst things you can wish upon someone?
What was it?
A hot pillow on both sides.
Oh, what is wrong with you? I didn't even know that is
well, like you would wish that on your worst enemy. Like
that has never even entered my vocabulary in my internal dialogue to even think to wish something of that. To quote the great Stuart Scott, he's as cool as the other side of the pillow. And that phrase should never be altered or used in a negative connotation by saying whatever that was, Salma. I can't even imagine. That is miserable. That's like getting sheets straight out of the dryer and trying to go to sleep
Bro.
in the middle of summer.
All right, so listen to this. Over the weekend, I got hit with like an absurd amount of bot followers on Twitter. So like someone was purposely targeting my account. And so I made a tweet and I said, I hope your pillow is hot on both sides. And I hope you continuously stub your toe. And yeah, those I feel are like the two worst things you can wish upon someone. So
ask Leo if he has a cooled pillow. Leo definitely does. Leo probably has like an 8 sleep one that controls temperature. Because he's got the pool chiller. So yeah, he's probably got the bed chiller too while he's at it.
Would not surprise me. Tanya has one of those.
Yeah.
Bro, production has a really good one too. Listen to this. I hope one of your socks slides halfway off your foot inside your shoe. That's a good one.
As someone who wears a lot of who likes to show off the ankle cleavage, as it's called, the no-show socks and like Chuck Taylors and other loafers like that, it is such a miserable experience when that happens.
That's a great wish. I'm gonna start using that. It's gonna be in the rotation with the pillow and the toe stubbing. Anyone got any more of those? Write them down.
Leo has the Japanese toilet of pillows.
I came for Salma to bait Nick.
Guys, I've already had Unk status.
No, I don't. Nick, I don't bait you. I save that for Leo.
Yes. And the only person who successfully does bait me is Leo. Because something with the dad relationship that we have, he just finds a way to like twist the knife. He just has known me for so long because I've known Leo for almost 5 years.
That's crazy.
4 years. I guess 4 years. And yeah, he's figured it out. He knows how to do that. He knows what'll get me riled up for no reason.
Ruben, that's not a good one. Where the hell are there camels near us? Come on, you guys gotta give me good ones. Like stepping on a Lego, that's good.
Well, that that is a common occurrence in my household. Not a Lego, but
Oh, I
random
would be
small
pissed.
toys that just that between that and dogs that are just constantly under your feet sometimes because they're golden retrievers. I step on random toddler toys and it's not a great experience.
Bro, I would actually be like in the middle of the night if that happened.
Oh, I got a good one. I hope
Tell me.
you're woken up by the sound of your dog gagging like he's going to throw something up. It's the most abrupt way to be woken up, but it is the greatest alarm clock of all time.
No, but that's not universal. That's not universal.
Yes, it is. If you have a dog that is in your bed, it is definitely universal.
Bro, I hope the toilet roll is out. Oh, God. All right, maybe we got to reel this back in, guys. Eric says, Salma just started using your indicator. It is really good. Thanks for giving us access to it. You're welcome, Eric. Happy you enjoy it. Well, geez, I almost got stopped out of this Russell short by 1 point. Hopefully I don't speak too soon.
BC Trader, I did in fact try to take the 515 short and got stopped out.
I hope your stop loss gets hit, you flip, and then price runs in your original direction. Oh, that's the worst. Mr. Monopoly, that is the worst. I can't lie. That's happened to me before, too. Tara says, I hope you hit every red light on the way to work. That's good. It's really good.
Iran State TV says explosions heard. Yeah, so clearly Iran, thank you, Axios, because clearly Iran's trying to make a deal as more things are happening. Okay.
As they're getting bombed. Commence the dump. This was fun. Yo, who KDR? What the heck? Just saw the meme you made. Nick, go look into the NinjaTrader live Discord. That's so wrong. Bro.
You guys are too talented.
How? Yeah, I don't approve of this. What the frick? This AI is too powerful.
Let's see. Have the chat pulled up again.
Tara, you're good. You've got some good ones. And Nick would probably hate that. May your trash bag always tear on the way out of the door.
Yeah, I have to take my trash to like the alleyway behind my house, like open a gate. That would be pretty miserable. And I'd have dogs that would be trying to eat the bag as food is falling out. That would not work for me.
Someone goes, okay, calm down, Satan. All right, we gotta stop, chat. You guys are too funny. It's messing up with my RBF. Let's get back into character, please. Okay, the White House press secretary stopped talking for anyone who cares.
They're just going to send it now?
She ended her remarks.
A lot of indecision down here.
Indeed. I agree. I still want to see lower, but
yeah.
Eric says he likes RTY longs. Why, Eric? Why?
Yeah, see, that's the equivalent of saying all of those mean things to Salma. Like, you saying that is like saying you want her to turn her pillow over and have it be warm.
No, I didn't say warm, hot.
Hot.
It's gotta be so uncomfortable you can't even sleep. That is low-key one of the worst things, though. Especially when you know you need to go to sleep. You gotta be up early. Oh, you're cooked.
But why is your pillow warm?
I don't know, bro. That's a question for the pillow, not for me.
Especially if you don't know. Like, that would be weird.
I don't know. It happens sometimes. All right, I need NQ to reject this 47 level. Stop trying to push. What's up, Throne Chop? You're back. You got that name back? What's up, dude? Make sure you guys thumb up the stream. We should have way more than 300 likes. It's kind of a little bit pathetic. 300. We just had so much fun on the stream. I think it's probably one of the most fun streams I've had with Nick.
Are you saying the other ones have not been fun?
No, don't take a positive and turn it into a negative. Don't do that. No, not gonna allow it. It's been fun because I'm gonna trade. It's kind of going good. Chat's funny as hell. I laughed till my cheeks started hurting. Oh, look, chat's stirring the pot now.
Yeah, when don't they do that?
He goes, "Can you be kind to your fellow streamers for once?
Right?
Guys, we're actually all friends."
Yeah. I do love all of my trading friends here on NT Live.
Yeah. When am I coming on Vibes Traders? How about that?
Well, now there's like multiple entities of that. But we can have you on wherever you want. Actually, one of my to-do list things is to figure out to get more people and to build things so it actually will function well. But yeah, you're always welcome because I
was on Tanya's stream.
I can't drag Leo out of the pool sometimes, so we have an open slot randomly.
Let me know.
I will let you know. We would love to have you.
But you gotta let me know in advance though.
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
I wouldn't
only because like sometimes by the time you guys are live, I'm already like I've done my skincare routine and everything. I'm ready for bed. So you guys gotta let me know. All right, looks like I'm gonna get stopped out of this, Russell. Please, no.
Oh, this is my nightmare. It would be them not taking out last week's low.
A couple points away. They would do that, wouldn't they? So is that a poor low or doesn't qualify as one?
Mr. Monopoly, at this stage in my life, my trading friends are actually my best friends because my other friends are just like my family or my dad friends, if that makes any sense. Like it's a different way.
I said that the other day. I said internet friends are real. And then I thought
they
to myself,
are.
like, I'm a fucking weirdo for that.
I talk to these people a lot more than I talk to like my dad friends and my wife's friends' husbands and things. Like I talk to these people all day, 6 days a week, really.
Bro, I was like, internet friends are real. And I thought to myself, am I a loser? Oh, God. But yeah, also people in real life don't really know much about like the market. And I don't want to talk markets with people who just want to learn or are using me to kind of get started. I want to talk to people who actually understand what I'm talking about. Drop the skincare routine and off topic. SJ, I can send a couple pictures of the stuff that I use. I also bought Stowe some eye patches that I don't think he's ever used, which is a shame.
Wait, what?
I got him eye patches, yeah.
Oh, like the
like
the
things
ones,
to
like,
put.
under
Yes,
your
yes,
eyes.
yes. It's for your bags, yes. Oh, guys, Jim's not here, so we're gonna be the ones to close out the show. But we're not ready to leave yet. We still got 2 more minutes with you, lovely people. Bro, listen to this. I went to my friend's, I don't know what you would call it. It's not like an engagement, but it was just like a party about how like, she just got proposed to, blah, 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 whatever. I run into one of my childhood friends who I haven't spoken to in God knows how long. She's like, "Oh my God, Salma, you're like this big hot shot thing. Like, when did you get into trading? How can I get started?" I'm like, bro, we're at a party right now. Not trying to talk about this. I wouldn't even know where to start.
That's what happens when you've got like 50,000 followers like you do.
Like, you're a big hot. I'm like, bro, I'm just me. I'm still me. All I do is just trade. That's the only thing different. Check the NT Discord. Oh, not again. What now?
Guys, I'm on stream.
I saw that already. I saw that picture.
Don't make me mute the NT Live channel. I don't want to do that. It's because some people are trying to make me laugh as I'm on stream. I've already learned that lesson the hard way with my friends, which I just don't look at things for the most part while I'm on stream because I don't trust my friends.
I just want to know how you guys are making these like pictures. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, anyway, guys, it's been lovely hanging out with you. I had so much fun on this stream. Nick might not feel the same, but I really enjoyed this.
I had a great time.
Yeah, this was fun. I'll be back at 2, guys. I'll be back.
You're doing double today? You're nuts.
Yeah. I mean, I wish I was on for tomorrow's schedule too, but I'm not, unfortunately. I'll be on later at 2 to 4, trade the close with Chris and XY. So I hope you guys all will be sure to tune in. If you haven't already, thumb up the stream. And, you know, as Jim always says,
most important message of the day, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you soon.
Bye, chat.
Later, friends.
Bye, Nick.